I'll call the Franklin County Board of Supervisors for their November 17th meeting. And at this time, I would ask Supervisor Tim Tatum to give our invocation and Supervisor Laurie Smith for our Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's pray. Our most kind and gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today, Lord, just thanking you for this opportunity that you've given us to assemble here today and conduct the county's business. Lord, we thank you and we do not take it lightly, the responsibility that you've placed upon us. Father, I pray that everything that we say and do will be pleasing in your sight and according to your will. Lord, we don't want to forget those in our communities that are affected by the COVID-19 virus. I pray that you'll be with each and every one of them, be with our doctors and nurses, be with our first responders and protect them as well, Lord. And as we go through the remainder of this meeting, I pray that everything is said and done will be pleasing in your sight. In Jesus' most holy and precious name I pray and ask it all. Amen.
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 I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item is approval of the agenda. And is there any discussion or anything on the 6 items on the agenda? If not, we need a motion to approve.
I will.
Second. And we'll have a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson? Supervisor Clement?
Yes, ma'am.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Davis?
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell?
Yes. Okay. And public comment, Mr. Hossfall.
Good afternoon. My name is Barry Anspall. My wife, Bev Anspall, and I live at 429 Creighton Drive, Rocky Mount. We're in the Blackwater District, served by our Blackwater Supervisor, Ronald Mitchell. I want to thank you, Chairman Mitchell, and the rest of the board for this opportunity to provide you with my concerns about the recent vote on the statute referendum and how you, as our county supervisors, might respond to that referendum going forward. In the New Testament, after having addressed the issue of not judging another, the Apostle Paul in Romans 14:13 writes, and I quote, "Let us therefore no longer pass judgment on one another, but resolve instead never to put a stumbling block or hindrance in the way of another." The referendum states, shall the county relocate this Confederate statue from the county courthouse to a grounds to a location of appropriate historical significance, yes or no? I believe that not relocating the Confederate statue from the county courthouse grounds is a stumbling block to persons of color and for those of us as allies who seek to become anti-racist. Having understood the purpose of the referendum to be a guide in your decision-making about the statute, and that the statute itself, or the referendum vote itself, would not be the final decision about the statute remaining at the courthouse or being relocated, I do request that you consider the vote percentages. 24 precincts, 24 reported, final tally, 68.58% no to the relocation, 31.42% yes to the relocation. I provided you a copy that includes the statistics as the county for a whole and also by precinct. This referendum, while clearly showing a 2-to-1 favor for not relocating this memorial to, I quote, location of appropriate historical significance, it does nonetheless illustrate that approximately 1/3 of those who voted in Franklin County believe that the statue's purpose will be better served as a memorial in a location that is not on the grounds of the Franklin County Courthouse, a sentinel of justice and liberty for all. So I implore you to no longer allow a stumbling block before our neighbors, our sisters, our brothers of color, and their allies. While I recognize that for many, this statue is a reminder of lives lost in one of the most horrific of wars, it is a reminder, too, of too many lives that were lost to preserve the institution of slavery. I draw your attention briefly to the actions of the Franklin County School Board this past year. First of all, saying we're not going to disallow clothing that have offensive messages, later reversing that decision. School Board's action acknowledges that apparel is a stumbling block or a hindrance for others, as might be this statue. So I submit to you, Board of Supervisors, that you follow the lead of the Franklin County School Board, recognizing that the statue on the Franklin County Courthouse lawn is a stumbling block and a hindrance to others. I see my time's up. I've provided you with a handout. It has some resources I'm recommending for your study. I would say, just in my last statement, Jamar Tisby, the author of that study, says, racism never fully goes away. It just adapts to changing times and context. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Daphne Pugh. Is she?
Mr. Jameson signed up to speak
Mm-hmm. And,
under public comment.
yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Daphne Pugh, and I was asked to come here today to speak on behalf of Help Save the Next Girl, the Benjamin Franklin Middle School chapter. I provided you with a handout letting you know exactly what we are, and I also gave you a bracelet, some of the things that we sell in order to raise money for Help Save the Next Girl. I did not have enough t-shirts left over, but this is an example of a t-shirt and it has the Franklin County logo on it and the Help Save the Next Girl on the back. We, every year, this past year, now granted, this school year, we're not able to meet with COVID guidelines, but the 2019-2020 school year, I had over 75 girls that would meet every other week in my classroom during lunch. And during that time, we had Officer Ingram, Sandra Ingram, come, and she would talk to the girls about internet safety, things about texting, being careful, sending pictures, things that will carry with you forever. The whole basis of Help Save the Next Girl came from on October 17, 2009, a 20-year-old Virginia Tech student named Morgan Harrington went to a Metallica concert in Charlottesville, Virginia, and she never came home. 101 days later, a farmer found Morgan's skeletonized remains in a remote pasture about 6 miles from the concert venue. Morgan Harrington's abduction and murder prompted the beginning of the Help Save the Next Girl. In 2017, in February of 2017, Benjamin Franklin Middle School joined Help Save the Next Girl, which is a nonprofit organization to make girls active members in spreading information, providing personal safety, and preventing violence in young women. Each year, we sell t-shirts and bracelets in order to do things together in the community, such as going out to dinner and practicing the buddy up system. And if you're not familiar with the buddy up system, it's even if you have to get up at a restaurant and go to the restroom, you don't go by yourself. You ask someone to go with you. If you're out somewhere at a concert, you have someone go with you. If you're at the movie theater, you have someone go with you. So we go out and we do things together so they can practice the buddy up system. We walk in the Christmas parade and we pass out bracelets and candy, and that is how Ronnie Mitchell was seen. We're family. He saw that we were out promoting last Christmas. And the reason I'm here today is just, I was asked to speak here. I just want you guys aware of the program and how I would like for it to grow. Right now, we have a chapter at the middle school, which is the biggest chapter. There is a small chapter at the high school. There are no chapters that I know of at the elementary level. I would love to make Help Save the Next Girl big enough to where we could have a chapter at all the elementary schools. Our middle school chapter could continue to grow, and our high school chapter could continue to grow. And we could do more things in the community to see a decrease in our missing ladies. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Jamison?
Hello, I'm Clark Jamison, and I'm here to speak about the completion of a road that y'all are considering today. And I have been trying for a good while to get this road thing worked out. We have changed what we were doing on the road 5 or 6 times because of changes that the Department of Highways told us we needed to do. Including moving several hundred yards of fence, working on the right-of-ways and this, that, and the other, and paving. There is paving out there. I don't know if any of you have been out there or not, but there are some places where the paving is cracking and coming up. But our plan up to this point has been to get 3 or 4 paving companies to give us their best price in the spring. Because I'm told that the paving companies that make the paving close down in the wintertime. And so our plan so far at this point has been to use those companies and try to get a low price. I understand that they've got a bid from one paving company, and that paving company is known to price their jobs very high. I'm told that their price is not designed to cover or to pay for the whole job. And I maintain that the whole job can be done with the funds available. I think the best approach to this paving job is to get bids from 3 or 4 companies and competent companies, and to proceed with going ahead with the least expensive competent company. And that's what I plan to do, and that's what I would hope the board would do. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. I see we're running a little ahead of Todd Daniels at 2 o'clock. If you would, board members, I would ask you to look in the back of your folders, and this is the public safety report, and in this report it covers the businesses that they have assisted for COVID-19, and the total is 300 businesses in our county have received some payments and support for that. And I just thought I'd bring it to your attention. I don't know whether we make a practice of looking at this or not, but anyway, it's there for your information. But I think I would like to thank staff for the good job of getting this done, and that involves public safety, and the rest of the staff here that has worked on it. And I think it's significant to our businesses here in the county. Mr. Daniel, are you available?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mitchell, I am here and ready to present. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. You should have the monthly report in your packet. I'm going to hit a couple highlights real quick. Under the maintenance for the previous 30 days, you'll see a couple roads, Route 854 Tom's Knob and 622 St. John's Loop. Both of those are complete. We did have a note, one lane is open to traffic on 854. That was just a carryover from last month. Both of them are open
to two-way traffic. We do have a future project on 854 Tom's Knob that will come a little bit later. One other note is we've done quite a bit of patching on Burnt Chimney Road, and I understand we still need to do a little bit of sweeping where we've got some excess stone to pick up. Other than that, that's complete. Unfortunately, last week Mother Nature dealt us a little blow with the weather, and because of that, we've got 3 roads that are closed in the county. Luckily, they are fairly low-volume secondary roads, and they are all in a location that we've got a detour route, so no one is blocked off, or there are no one-lane or no outlet roads damaged. Those 3 roads, real quick, are Route 692 Rock Lily Road, Route 788 Dry Hill Road, and Route 863 Davis Mill Road. We're prosecuting repairs on those as we speak, and we will work on those over the next, if things work out, over the next 60 days, we'll work on getting all of those roads open. Because of the damage, which had to divert our resources, we will have to delay a couple of our projects that are on your list for the next 60 days or longer, and specifically Route 632 Mount Carmel. We're going to delay that, we think, until about December 28th. That's a little bit of a loose target, if you will, but that is our target right now. Algoma actually is complete. It should have completed yesterday and should be open, so that's good news. And then Route 657 Red Valley, we had planned to start that later this month. At the end of the month, we will likely have to delay that until the next calendar year, so into 2021 at some point. We are still completing our primary mowing and our secondary mowing for that matter, but we've got a little bit of mowing on the north end of 220 and some on Route 122 to be completed before we finish our primary routes. And our 2020 surface treatment schedule is complete. One of the let me go to traffic studies. I don't have any new updates for our traffic studies. You'll see 4 of them there that we've had underway for a while, and we continue to work on those with our traffic engineering section in Salem. We hope to have some results on a couple of those fairly soon, but for today we don't have any updated info. One thing I did want to point out, Route 718 Colonial Turnpike, as you know, we're working on the bridge, and just a fact from last week, the contractor had sheet piling installed that was approximately 18 feet out of the water, and I'm getting this through my construction section. I didn't witness it personally, but those sheet pilings were overtopped with water. We did see the water at the Pig River Bridge on Snow Creek Road, which is about 3 miles below Route 40. That at that point the river was actually up on the beams of the bridge, and we had to close Snow Creek for a short period of time until we could get it inspected and ensure it was safe. So quite a bit of water. We hadn't seen that much water in a while, but overall we came out fairly okay with just a few roads closed. And that's my report, Mr. Chairman. If there are any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer.
Okay. Do we have any questions?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mitchell?
Go ahead, Tommy.
Go ahead.
No, you're good. Hey, Todd, it's Ronnie.
Daniel, I was gonna ask you about that K4. Are we getting any closer to putting that pipe back in?
I don't know, Mr. Cundiff, but I would say we're getting any closer. We're still working on it. We actually had another pipe on Case 4 receive some damage out of this last storm last week.
Yes.
But it's stable. But I don't have any new information to report on the case.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Todd, it's Ronnie Mitchell. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes, sir.
I know we talked last week about New Plant Road. Would you mind giving the rest of the board an update on where we're at on that so everybody knows, please?
Yes, sir. We actually went out and did a little more field research on New Plant and Grassy Hill to see how much site distance we could get, and we knew that we could get some site distance. We confirmed some actual distances, and and what impact there would be to the power pole, which is the big issue for that project, if you will. We have yet to meet with, unless it was done today, with some of the business owners up in New Plant. We still plan to do that, talk to them so they understand what we're doing and the impact of them. We do still have to work with AEP to secure the pole. We don't have to relocate the pole, but we're going to have to work with AEP to remove some guy wires, do the excavation, and then AEP will replace the guy wires holding that pole in the corner of New Plant and Grassy Hill. So a little bit of progress, still quite a bit of work to do.
Thank you, Todd.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Daniels, Ronnie Thompson, how are you this afternoon?
Doing well, Mr. Thompson.
I was told I could get an update today on Winding Way in Boone's Mill. That's the one where we was having trouble with the water pipes in the road. Do you have an update on that?
I've got a limited update. Our maintenance manager visited the site, and of course we've visited this roadway many times to look at this issue. Our immediate short-term plan, we're going to add some shoulder stone to help with the drop-offs at the edge of the road. And for those that don't know, Winding Way is a very narrow roadway to begin with, so it's really tough for two cars to meet. We're going to add shoulder stone. It's my understanding we're still working with the town of Boone's Mill to do some water line relocation because that's limiting our ability to do some work in the area. Other than the short-term plans, Mr. Thompson, that's really all I have on that subject.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else?
I'd like to thank Todd. I'd like to really thank you for the efforts on Green Level Road. You spent a tremendous amount of time with the citizens over there, and I really appreciate. And whichever crew, if it was the Callaway crew, Burnt Chimney crew, I appreciate them going out there again to sweep the road. I really appreciate all your efforts on that one.
Yes, sir. Thank you, and I'll pass that along.
Okay. Todd, I would like to say that your coverage on Tom's Knob Road probably saved you from having to put a new road in again. So the coverage worked great, and we're really appreciative, and we thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All righty. Now, we'll approve the agenda, and any questions or anything about our agenda today? If not, I'll take a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Second.
Will you call the vote?
Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, is this for the agenda or is this for the consent agenda?
We'll do the agenda first.
Already did the agenda.
I think previously Supervisor Smith made the motion and seconded by Supervisor Cundiff to approve the agenda.
Yes.
Is that perfect? So we are good with the approval of the agenda.
Uh-huh. Okay.
We need to
And-
approve the consent agenda.
So it's approved as presented.
The agenda, yes.
Yes.
And now, Mr. Chairman, I believe we can move on to the consent agenda, if that is your pleasure.
Okay. Did we have a motion to approve that, or we will take a motion to approve it?
Mr. Cundiff made a motion.
Supervisor Cundiff, is your motion to approve the consent agenda?
Yes.
Okay.
Thus far, yes.
Perfect.
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't.
That's okay. I just wanted to be clear.
Yeah.
So, do we have
Second.
on the motion made by Supervisor Cundiff, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve the consent agenda as presented? Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson?
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
And Chairman Mitchell?
Yes.
Consent agenda is approved.
Thank you. Okay. Sandy?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Your next item on the agenda is relative to Fox Run Road. And you had a speaker earlier, Mr. Jamison, who came and spoke. He was speaking in reference to this agenda item. This particular item is a case of a subdivision that was approved several years ago. In fact, in 2012, 2013, this subdivision was replatted to provide a public right-of-way. So the Fox Run Road was intended at that point to be brought into the state system for this subdivision, which has about 10 to 12 lots in it total. There's about 5 occupied dwellings at this point. But back in 2012, when this plat was done, Mr. Jamison, who was the developer of that property, was required to post a bond at that point to guarantee that road would be brought into the state system. And at that time, he had posted a cash escrow of $46,000 and some change to guarantee that road would be brought into the state system. And so recently, for me, I was kind of brought into this conversation in 2019 as the residents were concerned about this road had not yet been brought into the state system. And so they started inquiring of VDOT and the county and Supervisor Mitchell, since this is in the Blackwater District, of how can we get this road into the system, for maintenance, for mail carriers, for school buses, those sorts of things that have not been able to utilize the road since it's still private. Back in January of this year, you'll see in your packet, had conversations with Mrs. Jamison about the inquiries that I was getting about this road, discussed with her really wanting to move this project forward, get this done, hopefully get it done last spring or through the summer, be able to get this project completed, identify and correct all the items in the VDOT punch list, and get this road into the state system. At that point, we could release the escrow that we were holding for those purposes. At that time, we had talked about, give me a few months to get it done. Let's get some quotes. Let's wait for the weather to get better in spring. And so in the letter, you'll see there was kind of a deadline of May, the end of May, to kind of get all this resolved and get some of those issues worked out. I didn't hear anything more from the Jamisons on this issue. Haven't heard anything from them until last Friday. So in the packet, you'll see not only a letter from the residents requesting that the county use that escrow funding to get this road completed, but also another letter that was sent to the Jamisons saying, we've had this request made of the county to use these funds. So we're going to the board today with that request from the citizens, and because the citizens are wanting to use those funds to get this road finished and get it into the state system. And so the purpose of being before you today is to either get approval from you to meet the request of the citizens to use those escrow funds, or if the board has another direction you would like to go relative to this case, we're glad to explore those opportunities. The current proposal that has been proposed by the citizens would be they would contract directly with CJ Paving. They have a quote which is also in your packet to complete the work and also complete the VDOT punch list items. So that would be the things necessary to get the road into the condition where the state could accept it. There's also VDOT fees that would be required. I think it was $2,250 if I remember correctly. That would also need to be paid through those escrow funds. And then there is a $14,000 bond that's required by VDOT. And basically that bond guarantees that once the state takes it over for the first year, it's a guarantee if there's any issues with potholes, cracking, you name it, that they have a guarantee for a year, and then after that point it becomes VDOT's maintenance responsibility from that point on. So the citizens have requested that the funds be used to cover the expenses for the paving work, also the VDOT fees, and they've also requested the board's assistance relative to the bond, the $14,000 bond with VDOT. A couple of things I should note. One, in your report, it indicates that only 3/4 of this road would be brought into the system. That was some initial conversations that I had with VDOT, looking at how much it was going to cost to get this road in the system. We didn't think there was enough money available to get the entire road in the system, and so to meet the VDOT requirements, they have to have 3 occupied dwellings. So what we had looked at was going just past that 3rd dwelling and being able to get that portion of the road in the system. VDOT was able to work with the contractor and the homeowners to come up with a different paving mix, which helped reduce the cost. And so now the contractor has submitted a quote that would actually get the entire road completed and be able to get the entire road into the state system, which is about 0.37 miles of roadway. It's a cul-de-sac road. And so staff's recommendation is that we do move forward with the request to use these funds to get the road completed. Staff would inspect along with VDOT once the work is completed. If it's completed to the satisfaction of the county and VDOT, then we would release the funds at that point. Staff is not recommending that the board necessarily cover the bond requirement. I think, in my opinion, the citizens maybe can split that cost, maybe get a letter of credit or put up that cash to guarantee that. Potentially also get a 1-year guarantee from the contractor for the work that the contractor's doing to help with that as well. The $14,000 bond would kind of put us over the amount of escrow funds that are available. So staff's recommendation would be to cover the paving work, to cover the VDOT fees, but the homeowners would be responsible with coming up with the guarantee for that 1-year maintenance. And so I know I was kind of jumping around with a lot of different things there, and it's kind of complex. This has been going on for a while, and I know Mr. Mitchell's kind of been in the middle of that probably since you got elected, right? And so there's a lot of information there. I'll be happy to answer any questions. I'm sure Mr. Mitchell's had a lot of conversations with the homeowners as well. But I know Mr. Jamison had mentioned maybe, waiting till spring and get some more bids. I'm not sure where that will get us because we kind of went through that last year and we never got any kind of response or activity from the Jamisons last year when we attempted that. So again, I think the recommendation from staff would be to move forward.
So if I may, Mr. Chairman, so the $14,000 bond, do I remember seeing an email that you could write a resolution to get out of that bond, or is that has to be paid to VDOT?
I think the Board of Supervisors does have the ability to pass a resolution that would basically guarantee the road for 1 year. The hesitation there is that the county is taking on any potential liability there. If
the contractor gives us the 1-year guarantee, there's no liability on us.
Well, I think there would still be some liability, but that may give us all some more comfort. I think in the end, we would still be liable. I think if we posted and I'm looking to the attorney, but if we posted the resolution, I think in the end, we would still be liable if there was some issue with that road in the first year.
So if you go back to only doing 3/4 of the road, would that give them enough money, including the bond and the VDOT fee?
That's a good question. I don't know how much the reduction would be for that.
I know I've seen an email where I think it was like adamant no that they can't come up with the $14,000 between the 3 households to.
Well, it would be 5 now if we're going to the total length, so it would be 5 people that could maybe split that cost. But I'm not sure if they're able to do that.
You've done like there's 2 empty lots.
Well, there's 5 current residences on that road.
All right, let me ask you another question. Does Mr. Jamison still own lots on that road?
He does.
So he'd have to be part of putting up the bond too?
Well, I don't know if he'd have to, but he could be part of that
Well, if
solution.
he owns lots in there.
Correct.
Right?
I think the way I would prefer to leave it is they figure out amongst themselves how they would come up with that guarantee.
Yeah.
It could be as simple as getting a letter of credit from the bank. not necessarily posting $14,000 in cash.
Have you talked?
Getting a local bank to issue a letter of credit.
Right. Well, and I should have started this way. Thank you for everything you've done, because it's been a tremendous amount of back and forth on this. And I know Mr. Jamison came up and spoke, but that's the first time we've heard anything from the Jamisons, him coming in here today, correct?
Well, I talked to Shirley on Friday. She called when she did get this letter, the most recent letter.
Okay.
You know, again, was kind of looking for more time, but I said,
Nah,
well,
I'm curious to see the conversation we have here, but I would really appreciate if they can get a certified bank letter, that would be the ticket. I mean,
and if I could interrupt you, VDOT is still on the line too. If we have questions for Todd from the VDOT side, they might be able to answer as well. So,
VDOT, Todd, is there any way to decrease the amount of the bond?
I hope he's still there.
Mr. Mitchell, you could decrease it. It's based on roadway length.
Okay.
So there is a way to do it. I don't have the calculation or have that info readily available. But that would leave, just for clarity, that would leave part of the road not in the highway system for maintenance. There would also have to be a turnaround constructed. So the cul-de-sac serves as a turnaround location, the logical termini, what have you. If we stop short of that with adding it to the system, to the highway system, we've got to have a location to turn around, and that includes a platted easement or right-of-way to encompass that area to turn around. So there's a few issues that shortening the road could create.
So what we're talking about included the cul-de-sac?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. I think that would be our preference if we could get the entire road in. Would definitely be the
Todd,
preference.
will VDOT accept a certified letter from the bank from the citizens?
You mean a letter of credit from the bank?
Letter of credit? Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear what you said. A letter of credit?
That's my understanding. Todd, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think a cash escrow, a letter of credit, or a bond would satisfy that requirement.
We can, yes, that is correct.
All right. I mean, what I would like to see, that the escrow funds are there. If we approve it today, the way you've presented it, they've got to either come up with the bond or get this letter of credit. So the ball is back in the citizens' court. I don't want us to wait. We've been working on this all year. The citizens worked on it for the last 7-8 years. They've gotten no assistance from Mr. Jamison on anything. And I think we need to move forward, and I'm tired of these citizens fighting for this road. And I don't foresee this board approving for us to put up the bond. So I think they're going to have to get that letter of credit with the bank or get their own bond for VDOT. But I would like to see this board approve releasing the escrow fund so they can get this taken care of. I think they've been fighting it long enough. They've been fighting it for 7 or 8 years, from my understanding.
Yeah, and I should, thank VDOT as well, because Todd, Brian, and Lisa have worked hard on this and actually came up with kind of an alternative paving solution to help reduce those costs as well. So
right.
They've worked hard to get to this point.
And they have spoken with several paving contractors. This is, correct me if I'm wrong, the one that they got this final quote from is the only one that was willing to do it for the price at hand to state VDOT specs, correct?
My understanding from Jared, who's kind of the lead resident there, is that the quote that they've been given is good. They plan to do the work in December if they're approved to move forward, and that would include everything that's necessary to satisfy VDOT.
And if weather prohibits them from doing it in December, they can wait and do it in the spring? If it turns off cold, it's going to hinder them.
The one issue that they'll have is weather potentially, because the plant mixture that they would need to use has to be applied at a certain temperature, and I don't know that exact temperature, but has to be over, let's just say 50 degrees.
So is there a deadline that paving company will have to have the work done by if we approve it today?
Not a deadline for us, but
VDOT, Todd?
Just just to be able to meet kind of the manufacturer's specs of
Yeah.
putting that material down, so.
Todd, will there be a deadline with you guys?
So, Mr. Mitchell, there's no necessarily a deadline on our end. The weather is the critical factor, and as Mr. Sandy mentioned, when we get down to below 50-degree base temperature, applying liquid asphalt in the stone aggregate, what you risk is it not adhering properly, and then you create loose stone, and we come around to springtime, and then we don't have a satisfactory surface. So I think I should mention, if we take the avenue of delaying the work till the spring, or if that has to happen based on the weather, then obviously we wouldn't be accepting the road this winter, and snow removal and what have you wouldn't take place as part of a VDOT function. Just for full transparency, there is a potential that Mother Nature will cooperate. It has for us in the past, late in the year. We don't like to do this type of work late in the year, but we may get days that are suitable for the application. Maybe not exactly what you're looking for. A little bit of ambiguity there, but it can happen. It's possible.
Okay. Well, I would ask the board that we have some discussion and approve it as Mr. Sandy's presented it.
My only, Mr. Chairman, if I may, my only problem here is that I don't mind releasing this bond money if there's enough to complete the project, bring it up to state specifications. But I do not think it's the responsibility of the taxpayers of Franklin County to do this road. And if it's a guarantee that it will be completed, because each and every one of us has roads not in the VDOT system, and it's up to the property owners to get those roads to their state specs to be taken over. And I think there needs to be a guarantee from the people here that if that's done, they will pay for it, not the taxpayers of the county.
If
I
the
mean, it's
cost
just like you
exceeds-
said here in your, in the board action appropriate to approve it. Any additional funds needed for the required bond with VDOT will be the responsibility of the residents of Steeplechase. Need to make sure and emphasize that that's in there,
The motion says
that's
so.
in the motion, that's there, that it does not cost the county or the taxpayers of Franklin County any money at all, period.
Anyone else? I have one question, and I'm assuming that Mr. Jamison has no responsibility in this now.
Well, I'll let you answer that, Mr. Gwynn.
As a practical matter, enforcing it would be extraordinarily difficult. I have not seen any contracts between the purchasers and the developer to know whether or not they were promised to be a paved road. Assuming that that was in the contract, and obviously, if this doesn't build it, then, they could perhaps pursue their contractual remedy. But practically speaking, that's a very difficult avenue to approach. That's why we have bonds.
Well, I understand the bond issue of how it affects it. But I guess what I was thinking, he's a principal owner of the rest of the lots there. And that was just my question.
I don't think there's any requirement that a lot owner who's going to benefit from the road pay for it. It's not the law in Virginia.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
You almost have to let the residents in there, fight it out on who's got to figure out how to pay for the bond. Right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be, there's that, it's, in economics, I think they call it the three rider problem, which is, everybody, whether you pay for the road or not, you get the benefit of it. And that becomes, so I don't think there's any way to enforce and require, if 4 of the 5 currently occupied lot owners wanted to do it and the 5th one didn't, they wouldn't be required to.
Yeah, I would note the easement is already there and in place, so
Right.
it's not a case of needing them to grant any easement or anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's just simply a matter of the financial part of it. It's not what's enforceable.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the board? I'm assuming we need a motion.
Is everybody comfortable, or do we need to add some language to the possible approved board action here?
I think the motion is fine. It says, additional funds needed, required bond with VDOT, et cetera, be responsibility of the residents. So I would present the motion as this possible board action, if you'd like to read that, Ronnie.
Is that
If-
consensus of the board?
If that's in there, in the motion.
It
Okay.
is.
Not skipped.
It is.
And that's put in there, I go along with it. It's
Steve,
not
will
the
you make will you reach out to Jared and explain to him how he can get that letter of credit or get their own bond? Can you reach out to them to help them with that? I'd appreciate it. But Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, sir.
All right. I make a motion to authorize the county subdivision agent with the county's attorney's concurrence to release the escrow funds provided by JHW Development Incorporated for this project to reimburse the citizens of Steeplechase subdivision for costs incurred to improve Fox Run Road, including any necessary VDOT fees for the review, inspection, and acceptance of the road into the state system. In addition, I authorize that any remaining funds can be used for the 1-year bond required by VDOT. Any additional funds needed for the required bond with VDOT will be the responsibility of the residents of Steeplechase.
Second.
We have a motion and second, Madam Clerk. If you'll read the motion back.
So on the motion made by Supervisor Mitchell, to release the escrow funds provided by JHW Development, Inc. for its project to reimburse the citizens of Steeplechase subdivision for costs incurred to improve Fox Run Road, including any necessary VDOT fees for review, inspection, and acceptance of the road into the state system. And it was seconded by Supervisor Carter.
Okay.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson?
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
And Chairman Mitchell?
Yes.
Thank you.
And our next item is Mr. Brian Carter.
Mr. Chairman, can we have a quick 2-minute break? Would that be all right?
Yes, sir, I think we can. Pretty close to on time.
That stuff works.
Looks like he's.
What's that?
Looks like he's still.
Nancy found it at some store.
Fears so. Yes, sir.
Has you, how did your wife size? Yeah. How'd your wife size?
Yes, sir.
How'd your
Ready?
Yes, sir, we're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So your finance report will be as of October 31st. It's going to be about 4 months, well, not about, 4 months through the year. It's about 33% of the budget. So looking overall at the general fund, for right now, with looking at the top with our revenues over that right column, percent of budget, no real concerns with what's coming in at this point from a monthly standpoint. We are exceeding 33% on the major categories. The federal government percentage is 132%, but that's the CARES Act money. That will get sorted out. So as far as expenditures, with the exceptions of the ones that we typically mention, the general financial administration is a lot of your insurances, your maintenance contracts that are paid up front beginning of the year. Also under public safety, you'll see it's at 46.7%. That is where the CARES Act funds are spent out of. So it looks worse than it is. Eventually that'll get normalized as well, but we spent about $2.6 or $7 million in CARES Act money since July 1st. Okay, just to graphically show you what that looks like, revenues are in line. They're up a little bit compared to where they were this time last year. Breaking it down by category, your property taxes through October are up a little bit, a little over $1 million compared to last year. That's mostly real estate. I'll show you a little bit more detail in a minute. Other local taxes are up compared to last year, so is revenue from the Commonwealth. A lot of that's just general growth, no big indicators as far as abnormal collections. So now that we're into property tax season, give you a little bit on real estate and personal property. So through October, we are seeing an increase in our real estate collections compared to last year of about $1 million, 13.6%. We're happy to see that. That's good news. Of course, November is the big collection month, so we'll see how we end at next month's meeting for the November look. But so far, no major concerns on the real estate. We keep an eye on it, but collections are coming in at a good pace. And the same with personal property. It's about a 15.8% increase, about $400,000 compared to last year through October. And so you can see that graphed on the chart that we're up a little bit. So that's a good sign. We were concerned about the collectability of our property taxes. And so we'll continue to monitor that, give you a better look at the December meeting. Okay, for the more standard graphs that you're used to seeing on sales tax. Sales tax continues to exceed expectations, which is a good thing. The sales tax through October is about $361,000 above prior year through the same point. It's about an 18.9% increase. So we're happy to see that. That's about a $4 or $5 million number in our budget total for the fiscal year. So the fact that that's up is a very good driver for our economy. So we hope that continues. Meals tax is continuing its decline, but a whole lot, much less than anticipated or projected. So it's still running about 5.3% below last year. It's about $28,000 less than we had this time last year. But we're about 58% of the budget instead of 33%. And that's because we budgeted 25% less. We planned for a planned reduction in that. So we're ahead of budget. We're doing very well as far as that goes, even though when compared to last year on an actual collection, we are down. We're still ahead of our budget. We're still better than we anticipated we'd be at this point. Transit occupancy tax, our lodging tax, is, if only this was a bigger portion of our budget because it's up 60% compared to the same time last year. It's about $48,000. And if you can look at that percent of budget, we're actually at 207% of our budget right now because we dropped it 50% at the start of the year. And so if only that was a larger percentage of our budget, we would feel much better. But we are happy to see that there's these taxes and the collections are correlating a little bit with what you would think indicators of the economy. As far as expenditures, to show you the breakdown of the categories. So everything's mostly in line, actually down a little bit from prior year. If you remember the public safety function, That is where the CARES Act money is housed, so that yellow bar is the current year. Compare that to the green bar of the prior year. The reason that's up is because of CARES Act funds. As far as health and welfare, that's mostly CSA driving that. And so I want to show you the graph here. And that's a combination of current year spending, but also prior year spending. If you remember, we keep the year open in July, August, and September for prior year expenses. And so some of that is actually, some of those numbers are still in there. That will eventually equate out, but typically we adjust that for audit purposes. So until we have a final audited report, I don't know that a lot of adjustment will happen there. That'll be at next month's meeting is the plan. Okay, so I updated this slide on fund balance for our unaudited June 30th, 2020 number. Right now, we have an unassigned fund balance, unaudited, of $28.5 million. Less the rollovers approved last month of $206,000, almost $207,000. Less the $3 million in reserves and contingencies that the board approved for various things from the savings from using CARES Act money for our public safety costs, payroll costs. The carryover approved for the school board, less the $1.8 million there. And I'm being conservative with the remaining CARES Act funds at June 30th because we didn't spend them all, obviously. To give as conservative a number as possibly can. So our minimum of 20% has increased, and the reason for that is our revenues at the end of last fiscal year increased compared to the year before that. So the policy is 20% of general fund revenues. So if general fund revenues go up or down, our 20% minimum changes. So it's at 20% currently, based on last year's revenue total, general fund revenues, is about $19.5 million. And so that leaves us about $1.5 million available remaining. And so one of the things that I wanted to mention, and Mr. Whitlow may have some more later, but we've spent quite a bit the last couple of weeks with our rating agencies, Davenport, our financial advisors, moving forward on the borrowing that the board authorized, and we got approval from the IDA. And one of the things that we heard and we saw with rating agencies as to what the conditions would be to improve our bond rating, to go that next step, we are a very strong rated category. If you remember, AAA is the top category. And then there's usually, they all have different scales, but there are 3 notches in a AA typically, or some variation. Most of them, 2 of the 3 were in the middle of that AA. So in order to go to that next notch, not AAA, but the next one below it, one of the things they said was we need stronger reserves and to continue to build those reserves. And so the board's action on the $3 million is a very strong step. I think they look very favorably on actions like that. So just wanted to point that out to you and thank you for that foresight and appreciate. And I know the rating agencies were really comfortable with the items that we shared with them for the direction of the county and how we're handling our finances. So quick state budget update for October. Revenue overall decreased 2.7%. That's mostly due to payroll withholding. Sales taxes were actually up 8.6%. For overall a year to date, I skipped that part on first bullet, it's 6.7% up overall, so from July through October. We're still waiting on a reforecast per se from the governor. If I remember, that was to be December 16th. And so, but with what's been approved, the governor is not, as far as I can remember, signed off on the final budget yet, but the last changes, there were no significant fiscal impacts for fiscal year 2021. The comp board, there were no cuts there for us. There were no cuts to the comp board. There were no cuts to K through 12 education funding. So assuming all that goes through, gets final signature by the governor, that's good news for us for the remainder of this fiscal year. I know there were some items to look at, and though usually the General Assembly will have their session again this year to adjust the 22 fiscal year, so we'll continue to monitor that. But as of right now, the state budget situation is not near as dire as we thought it might be a few months ago for the locality for us. So with that, that's the finance report. I'll be happy to take any questions before we move to CARES Act.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I've got a question. not so much, I guess, a question, but a comment.
Yes, sir.
I would like to see a document in regards to the pros and cons of moving up with our bond rating.
Okay.
I know that where we're at, it can't be nothing but good, but I would like to see some pros and cons in doing that. My understanding, if we get up to the AAA, I just like to see the pros and cons and get it explained a little bit.
Sure. I will reach out to Davenport to see if they have something that they like to
Already
share.
established.
But as far as the overall
We're in good shape.
benefit, we're in good shape. The overall benefit, the higher the bond rating, obviously, the cheaper it is to borrow money. That's the main driver.
And I
So,
understand about the composite index. I know all about the composite index number for the abilities and things, but
yes,
just for an overall for the whole
Absolutely.
board.
I'll reach out to Davenport.
Pros and cons are the next step.
Sure. Be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I have a comment, if I may.
Sir.
I know I harp on this every meeting, but as we move forward and get closer to budget, and as we see we have funds available, just want to stress the importance of keeping our tanker trucks and getting our fire truck rotation back. The fire we had Sunday night at McAirlades, I would say we probably flowed, if not 100,000 gallons of water, definitely over that. Had to go back out there the next day, did an all call for tankers. And they're out there another 10 hours. So they're very vital. We've got several tanker trucks, and I just want you to keep that in your mind as we move forward. Try to make sure we get that fire truck rotation back on schedule.
Yes, sir.
I greatly appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I would like to add to that we do have some apparatuses that are a year or so behind, and we probably need to make all the effort we can to get back to in service on time.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
Now, Mr. Chairman, I'll be happy to go into the CARES Act.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in your package, you have an executive summary on the CARES Act. This is specific to the Citizen Safety Net program. It's attachment 9. And so Mr. Burnett's been very, very involved in that program, so he can give you an update. But the long and short is we basically have a request from United Way to authorize a little bit of shift in the funds, and then we can best utilize that money by our December 15th end date for that program. So if you want to go ahead.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, so we have, as you know, you all had put $300,000 into the Citizen Safety Net Fund. United Way is monitoring that for us, and we're working through the Department of Social Services as well as STEP. The amount that we had originally put into the funding was $225,000 to the DSS for utilities, $75,000 into mortgage and rent relief through STEP. STEP has gone through their $75,000 and has a waiting list of folks that are in need of assistance with their mortgage and rent being behind. The amount of money that is left that has not been used by DSS is substantial. So what we've been requested and what staff is respectfully recommending is that we shift $75,000 from the DSS allocation over to STEP to help with the backlog of people that are in need of assistance with mortgage and rent relief. So we'll be glad to answer any questions the board might have.
Mr. Chairman, if I
Yes,
may.
sir.
With Pam being here, you guys are asking to take $75,000 out of the bigger chunk to allocate more towards what she's doing, correct? Am I reading it right?
Mr. Mitchell, it's actually all the same $300,000 pot that you all have already allocated, and Pam with United Way actually kind of oversees or administers that entire pot, and it's just broken down from United Way down to the STEP and DSS as a $225 versus $75,000 amount.
My concern is the December 30 deadline is close approaching. And this money has to be spent before then, and we know this is approved money that instead of, because you want to take 75 out of the 225 and put it, is that what we're doing?
Yes.
Why limit ourselves where we have to come back in December to switch? Are we allowed to allow Mr. Carter and Pam the discretion to move those funds around as needed? Can we do that?
If that's the pleasure of the board, that certainly will assist us on administratively.
I think it will make it a whole lot easier for you guys, right?
It
Instead
would.
of having to come back and ask us for permission on all this stuff, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, I think it makes sense to me to do that, to just give y'all the discretion, do whatever you need with the money. Because if Pam, and which kind of leads me to my next point of Pam, and I know, I'd let some of the board members know, a question I have about what the money can be used for is paying taxes. Because I shared a message with my fellow board members and county administrator, a citizen that her and her husband both lost their job and are unable to pay their county taxes, which is probably another discussion for another day, but are citizens allowed to use that money for stuff like that if they need assistance with items like that?
Yeah, so Mr. Mitchell, the CARES Act itself, which is where these funds came from, that $300,000 pot, specifically does not allow a reimbursement to the county. In other words, can't be used to pay county taxes. So
Gotcha.
that's another way of reimbursing ourselves that they specifically don't allow.
Okay. So there's no assistance out there for people to give people money to pay their taxes, right, Pam?
There are other resources, but not specifically CARES Act funds.
Gotcha. Do you know what I'm referring to, right? Have you reached out to them to give them that advice? Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, I'm done.
Mr. Chairman, I have
Yes, ma'am.
just a quick question.
Yes.
Mr. Burnett, the lack of responsiveness to the utility allocation, are there screening criteria in place that is precluding people qualifying for that money?
There are some.
Are they stringent? I'm beginning to wonder.
Yeah, so as far as utilities, and this is up through today, we had 148 households that applied, 49 were denied. Mostly that is based on income levels. We feel like that a lot of the reason that it's not been used as much as maybe the mortgage and rent relief has been is because so many of the utilities have had a moratorium on disconnects. And so those are just starting to kind of work through the system. And so as those become more and more prevalent, we're starting to see more usage of that funding. To get from where we are today, which is about $26,000 that's been used, up to $225,000 over the next month, that's not going to happen. But we do foresee it increasing in the number of people that will be serving.
Okay, thank you.
And referring to Mr. Mitchell's comments, I think it would probably take board action for them to have discretion to move money wherever they like within these three identities. Am I right?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. We would, if that would be the board's pleasure, we could move money within that $300,000 pot that you all have provided for these, for the citizen safety.
All right. As of today, how much is actually in it?
As of today, looks like we've spent approximately $100,000 of that $300,000. There's quite a few that are pending right now, so we feel like that's going to, quickly raise that up.
So I guess what I'm looking at is we want to deplete that if we can. And I think if there's a view that there's money left, it needs to come back before the board and let us make a decision of where it'll go.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if anybody else, I don't have a problem, and I go along with giving you all the authority to move that around. But I do want to caution you and keep in mind that first and foremost should be the county responders, first responders, to make sure that the money is going for protection and for things of that nature first and foremost, for that, and then the other. Because I did know what's been said here about not, I mean, the money was allocated for a purpose and it needs to be used for that purpose.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, and Mr. Burnett, are we talking about just permission to move these two pots of money, just these two pieces, to move that money around, not all of the CARES dollars?
Correct. Yes, Ms. Smith. So it would be absolutely what Mr. Thompson said. We would be talking about just that $300,000 that you all have already designated for the citizen safety net, that we could move money around between utilities and mortgage as needed. The program actually ends on December 15th, so we'll have a number when we come back to your next board meeting of any money that's left that we could reallocate for some other purpose if need be. But yes, we just in that $300,000.
As of today, that money is specific.
It is, yes, sir.
Okay. And if we have a motion.
Mr. Chairman, just one follow-up
Sure.
since we're in this discussion. I realize this is the citizen safety net money, but it has come to my attention that when we allocated the one-time bonus for the frontline professionals, we left out quite a few people in the DSS and also some of the volunteers. And I don't know if we want to address this now, but I definitely want to address it under other matters by supervisors.
And here again, this is specific. And it can only be used for what is specified, am I correct?
Yes, sir. I think to Mr. Carter's comment, we'd like to get this action item done, and you're correct. If we want to have a CARES Act discussion on some of that, this would probably be a good spot to do it. But we'd like to go ahead and have a vote on this specific safety net right now so Ms. Chitwood knows where she stands. That'd be great.
Mr. Chairman, I'll offer a motion for the board's consideration if you're ready for it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I would make a motion that the Board of Supervisors permit flexibility of two pots of money, of CARES money. One, the larger portion of $225,000 allocated for utility bills, the other smaller portion of $75,000, that staff be authorized to move money from one allocation to the next to ensure that the needs are met within the confines of that $300,000.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion.
Is that adequate, Brian?
I think so.
Madam Clerk, if you will read.
Yes, sir. On the motion made by Supervisor Smith to permit flexibility of the CARES Act money of two pots, the first of $225,000 allocated for utility bills, and the second of $75,000 that was previously allocated to staff. For staff to be authorized to move money to ensure the needs of the citizen are met within the confines of that specific amount of $300,000, since it's a total amount. And that was seconded by Supervisor Tate.
Yes, ma'am. Poll the board, please.
Yes, sir. Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson?
Yes.
Supervisor Pundit?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Cato?
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, if I would like to add to what Mr. Carter just said a minute ago, there was a very large group of people, and this is the right time, right, Chris?
I'm sorry, the county attorney
Oh,
had me
sorry,
here.
I
I'm
can't
sorry,
see
stay
the
and give us-
computer screen blocking.
That's all right. Yes, sir.
Is this the time to talk about doing something for our volunteer fire and EMS people?
That'd be the pleasure of the board. You know, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Chairman,
I just want
certainly.
to make sure you don't have plans for us to talk about it later.
That's up to the board. Whether we, as Mr. Carter said, have that discussion now or under other matters, we can.
I prefer to have it now since we're on CARES Act.
Sure.
It's all right with Mr. Chairman.
It's a pleasure of the board. If no one objects, we can do it now. I don't see any objection.
Yeah. Director Ferguson, do you mind coming up to help me answer any questions that other board members may have? In last month's meeting, we approved our one-time bonuses for our paid and part-time first responders, but we forgot a very large group, which is our volunteer fire and EMS. I know we don't have as many volunteer EMS, but there are a handful of squads that do have very active running members. And what I would like to see, and I think Director Ferguson and Mr. Whitlow do have some numbers to aid in this discussion. What I would like to see, any volunteer that has ran a call, fire and EMS, since March 1, basically since the pandemic started, I'd like for us to consider a one-time bonus of $500. Mr. Ferguson has the capability of getting those numbers of who has actually ran a call. So the squads and the fire departments didn't just give us their active roster. Some departments have 35 people in active roster, only 10 or 12 have ran calls since March 1. So it's not a tremendous number. It's still a pretty large number. I would like to add to that, and I'm going to go back to the big fire this weekend, Sunday night. I feel that Rocky Mount Fire Department, Hardy Fire Department, Smith Mountain Lake Fire Boats, and Cool Branch Fire and Rescue should be included in this, and here's why. I don't care what their counties or jurisdictions are doing for them, but they are responding calls in Franklin County for our citizens. And I think that those 5 groups should be included in this one-time bonus. And if my math's correct, based off what you guys have prepared, it should cost about another $40,000 to include those 5 agencies. I'll use Rocky Mount Fire Department, for example. Sunday night, that go out about 8 o'clock, Billy?
About 8:45.
We left about 3:30. I left at 3. Rocky Mount probably stayed there till 4. They were back out there the next morning for 10 more hours. It's the busiest fire department in the county. I'd like to see them included as well as those others. So that is my wishes. I'll leave discussion up to the other board members. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, as a follow-up to Mr. Mitchell, there are 9 frontline professionals that go out into homes in Franklin County that are employees of DSS, and I think it's appropriate for us to allocate a one-time bonus to these frontline professionals as well, and I have the names which I could give to our clerk, or we can read into a motion either way.
Well, I have a question. Would it best be served to give the chiefs the money of each unit, let them distribute the money out to the individuals, instead of us writing a check for everybody, this, that, and the other? To me, it would simplify things even more because it's showing strength through the leader. And that means a whole lot. So my thing is, I think it should be issued out to the chiefs. Let them distribute the money out.
That's a good point.
Because it looks better to me that we're supporting the whole aspect of it instead of just the firefighters themselves. We're supporting the whole aspect of it. That's the reason I'd like to see us give the money to the chiefs, let them distribute it, you know, how it needs to be distributed. Because I mean, I think they're very important people. All of them important, don't get me wrong. But I think it should be upon the chiefs to get involved in this, to show support through all the strengths of the departments.
Yes, sir. That's a great point. And I think a way that we can encourage and promote our volunteers to do more is, I'm just going to pick 2 fire departments. All right. Let's use Callaway and Glade Hill. All right. If we got 20 members that ran at Callaway, that's, my math's right, Brian, is that $10,000? And then let the chief, like you're saying, and that department decide on
Yeah.
who gets what and how much. If they want to give it to everybody, they get less for the ones that ran, vice versa. But the ones that have the more active departments get more. Right? Is that kind of what you're thinking, Tom?
That sounds good. I mean, like I said, because you got some people don't hardly answer any call, and you got some people that answers all the calls.
We
So I
got,
think it should be left up to the chief
okay.
to decide, you know, how he's going to do the money. That's what I'm trying to say.
You know, I mean, we got some departments that had, what, 33, 35 members run calls since March. One had 36. And then we have some that have less than 10, right, Billy?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
So, you know, some departments are going to get more and some are going to get less. And leave it up to them. If it's up to the chief, let them vote on it. I mean, that kind of takes a lot of it out of our hands, and it helps with some other stuff too, right, Jim?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure out, if I'm the chief and I get the money, why I would give it to anybody. That's the extreme,
Right.
but where does that stop?
I think we as a board need to set a standard as to how the money will be given out. And that way you don't have the buddy system at the fire department level. You know, I do like the idea of giving it to the departments and letting them distribute it out, but I think we need to set the standard as to how much each person gets and what the, requirement to get that.
Well, there's not a lot of our allocations to the departments set on their responses, how many people they got, how good they answer the calls.
No, sir. All our departments are funded equally with the exception of Rocky Mountain and out of jurisdiction. They all get the same amount of money.
Run that by me again.
All the departments get the same amount of money with the exception of Rocky Mountain and the other out of jurisdiction, Cool Branch, Hardy. They all get the same amount of non-restricted funding per year. It's not based on number of calls or number of members and things. It's the same amount.
Okay, I misunderstood then.
I thought I saw a schematic sheet that had already had a breakdown for different departments. Where's it at? And how was it?
It was in your Friday packet.
Uh,
I think it was
It's in the Friday packet, wasn't it?
That would have been probably the stipends, and that's a different than the allocation. Right?
All right. Yeah. And then I wanted to make sure that I understand it right, that we're not talking just fire departments, we're talking rescue squads too.
Only the active ones.
Right, it would be,
Right.
I think, 4 rescue squads.
What are those 4, please?
I'm sorry?
What are those 4, please?
Red Valley, Scruggs, Callaway, and Snow Creek, and then Franklin County had 1 member that had ran calls in the timeframe of March 1st until today.
And we're talking there, correct me, Billy, that's the volunteers, right? We're not
Yes.
talking about paid staff.
No, sir, it's the volunteers.
And then to add to that, Mr. Thompson, the people who are part-time with the county that got the one-time bonus as a county employee that are volunteers, they don't get the $500.
Correct.
That's correct.
Yep.
And if you were duplicate, if you were on 2 different agencies, you wouldn't get paid for both agencies.
Well, let me ask the question this way. We've heard 2 or 3 different here. What is staff recommending, that it's better to divide it out and give it to the volunteers, or to give it to the department? Which is the most equitable and the best way to do it? I mean, that's what you guys get the bucks for, tell me.
Probably paperwork less would be if we give it to departments, right?
Take that for the paperwork standpoint. Yes, sir. Ms. Thompson, you're correct. There were about 3 options that staff provided in the Friday packet. those are, those are not, the only options. So from a staff standpoint, administratively, it's a lot simpler to just give a payment to the volunteer organization. I want to be clear that the check or the payment would be to the volunteer group, the 501c3, not one individual in particular. So to me, it would depend on the bylaws of that organization and the membership as to how they vote to spend money onto how that's allocated, unless the board puts additional restrictions on that per Mr. Tatum's comment. So the simplest, and probably from a staff perspective, is for the board to allocate a certain amount of money to each volunteer organization that did run a call from March 1st, as Mr. Ferguson said. He mentioned those volunteer EMS agencies, along with pretty much every volunteer fire company would be included. So that would be somewhere around $140,000 to $150,000. If we did, I think the option was $10,000. One of the options was if we gave $10,000 to every agency, there'd be about $140,000. That would be the easiest.
Mr. Carter, do we have to be concerned about writing checks to the nonprofit? I don't know if the stipulations changed with CARES with regard to contributing to nonprofits and whether there are exceptions on the public safety side.
So, Ms. Smith, these funds would not be CARES funds.
Oh, so, okay, they're just,
So
Okay.
with the board's action last month, we used
That's
CARES
right.
funds for the public safety, sheriff's office, fire EMS payroll costs.
I recall.
So these are the pots. So what we would do, whatever we decided to do, we would take that pot of money out of one of these pools here, probably the discretionary or the COVID 2021 contingency. The discretionary is still preliminary until we get through December. I know we have 500,000 there, but we won't know what that final number is until the CARES Act money's done. But to answer your question, one of the reasons staff wanted to go that route was this provided the flexibility for the board to provide some of those bonuses or payments like you would desire and not get wrapped up in the federal language of CARES Act.
thank you for the refresher on that.
Yes, ma'am.
I think, I like what we're hearing here, and I think maybe I'm not gonna make a motion yet, I want it for the board discussion. But I think we should go with the recommendation of what the county Brian was just talking about, and to address the concern of the attorney, which is a good concern, right in our point blank, that it's to be divided amongst all, not just him or her or whatever, but it is to be divided equitably with the entire department.
Entire department or just people who ran calls
Just
during the
people that ran
pandemic?
calls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as a follow-up to this, I want to add these 9 frontline professionals from DSS.
Yeah,
These
sure.
one-time
We'll put
bonus.
that, we can put that in the motion that
No,
that goes there, yes, I think. Because, now, they didn't get that, now, they didn't fall in, DSS didn't fall in when the bonuses went out to the county
Yes.
employees, didn't they
Yes.
get their 30% or 40%?
DSS employees received one-time bonuses last month. I think what Mr. Carter may be referring to is there was a differential between sheriff's
Frontline.
department employees, public safety employees received a certain amount, and then all other county employees received another amount. And so DSS and all constitutional officers and all other county employees fell into the other category. And so Mr. Carter, if that's how I understand it, and so I think what Mr. Carter may be referring to, or the fact that those non-DSS employees, while they're not sheriff's employees or public safety employees, I guess the argument has been made that they should receive the higher amount.
Right.
But they have already received, those employees should have already received their
part of
one-time
it.
payment. They just may have not received the sheriff's department amount or the public safety amount.
And I think we should make that whole.
Sure, yeah.
Well,
I did not realize that you all had put so many loopholes and made this so difficult. It was talking about county employees.
well,
Huh?
We're just protecting the purse.
I think that if we go back and look at some of the criteria that maybe we wasn't aware of, is one, these 9 people go into homes on a regular basis, which makes them more vulnerable than people that don't, they're out in the public every day. And that was the reason that they request was for them to be included, that they actually were, I think we would describe them as being in the hero group.
Do the DSS employees, if it's a confirmed COVID household, do they still go in that household?
Yes. That was my understanding.
Well, the thing of it is, they go into a house, it may be an emergency situation. And so they fall onto me in that category of getting the hazard money.
Okay.
And
Because
also,
they don't, excuse me, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
you go ahead.
Because like I said, you know, they called out all times of days, nights and everything else to take care of our children, help take care of our children. And that's the reason I think that's what Mr. Carter and I talking about the other day, about how, the situations they go into, maybe some of them not prepared to find what they see. What I'm trying to say, it might be some COVID in there, it may not be, but they're there for the children. And that's what I think they deserve, that, those 6 you was talking about?
9.
The 6 you were talking about, I think they deserve it. And another thing I want to touch on is that, you know, we're always promising volunteers this, we're going to help that, help this, help that. We haven't done a whole lot for them. And I think we should give the volunteers this money. Because, like I said, you know, they save the county a lot of money, and they protect a lot of lives. And for us to not include them would be wrong. So I'm fighting for them too.
And going back to the DSS workers, as Tommy said, they're on 24-hour call, just like the sheriff's department.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, they're on call 24, certain ones.
So,
I'm good with it.
so to Mr. Carter's and Mr. Whitlow's update, so there was, first responders, Sheriff's Office, Public Safety received $2,000 in a bonus. All other county employees, including social services employees, received $1,500. So for these 9 employees, if we wanted to give them an additional $500 to get them to the $2,000, it would be $4,500 for those 9 employees would be the cost to the county.
Okay. Well, it's not going to be a cost to the county because it's the COVID money.
No, it would be the cost of the county. All of this was funded with local money.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
okay.
I think we need a motion.
Volunteers.
Say that again?
From the standpoint of the volunteers, if we use language to give it to a volunteer company, they have their own governance within that, with express instructions that it be distributed to those who run calls.
Yes, sir.
Then we allow them the autonomy to do it based upon their democratic, whatever they have in place.
That have run the call since the pandemic. It took place March somewhere, yeah.
Well, if someone,
That work.
Huh?
We can make that work.
if someone can figure out how to make a motion,
Well,
we'll take it.
before we make a motion, I'll make sure I
So
understand
moved.
the $140,000, Billy, Chris, does not include those outside agencies I was talking about. So it's more like probably 180,000, if my math's correct. Correct.
That would be correct, because we don't have a way to track the numbers to the outside agencies.
I got 'em.
That you mentioned, I'm sorry?
I got them.
Okay, yeah, so, but it doesn't include that.
The other thing you have to keep in mind is, everybody gets the same amount. If they haven't run the same number of calls, then you're gonna have volunteers in one agency who are gonna get more than volunteers in the other agency for that reason.
Right. So like
The downsides of just giving it, as a flat amount to each agency.
a company that's had 10 members run since March 1 is going to get 5,000. A company that's had 30 members run since March is going to get 15,000.
No, that isn't what you're saying.
No, that's,
You're
I think
We're
it-
basically saying 10,000 apiece.
I never said 10,000 apiece, right?
The number that you're
I
talking
think it was referred back to by Brian, Mr. Carter, that 10,000 piece.
That was one of the options. And so the question to staff was, what's the recommendation and what's the easiest? That's the easiest option from an administration standpoint.
Right.
If there is concern or the board wants to put a tiered system, we had a similar option for option 3 in that Friday packet memo. It can be altered by the board however you want, but we broke it down to say If a station ran 0 to 100 calls since March 1st, they would receive, that station, that volunteer organization would receive $5,000. 101 to 250 calls would receive $10,000, and 251 or more calls during that time period would receive $15,000. That's another option for the board to consider should you want to. If we go that route without the other jurisdictional, out of jurisdiction volunteer organizations, that cost is about $130,000 based on what we know call volume to be right now.
Well, that's the more fair one, right?
It is more equitable based on call volume,
Equitable based
number of
upon
calls.
everything.
Yeah, because like Cool Branch,
I can,
Hardy Boots,
I can make a motion.
that'd only be like another 20,000 probably. Because they're not going to have over 100 calls for those outside agencies. I'm happy with anything our volunteers get, so I appreciate it.
I think it's 10,000.
I make a motion that we go with scenario 3, and to include the social service employees.
And we'll submit these 9 names as part of the motion to be verified by the director of DSS.
And now, before I finish my motion, does that take care of everybody?
You're talking about the 0 to 100, 100, 250, and 250 and above, Ronnie? Is that the one you're talking about? Or are you talking about the flat 10,000?
That's number 3, yes.
Number 3 is the one I'm talking about going with.
Billy, do you have the number? Just go over a couple of companies as far as how many members. Because I mean, the companies that have a very active roster that have ran less than 100 calls, those guys are not going to get hardly anything if they got to split it up amongst $5,000.
I'm not sure I understand. I've got the total number of folks that ran calls since March 1st is cumulative number, but I don't have the number off the top of my head of each individual department. It's the number of calls they ran.
Yeah, what I mean is,
I think there was only a couple that exceeded the 300 calls.
so
I'll make this easy. I'll withdraw my motion and yield to Mr. Mitchell to make the motion.
I'm just asking a question here because what I'm saying is, say we have a fire department that has 20 active members that ran calls, but they've only ran 50 calls this year. They got to split up $5,000. Am I making sense? Those members are going to get $100, $200. Whereas the departments that, might have ran between 100 and 250, but they only have 10 members running calls, those guys are going to get a big check. I think it needs to be a flat rate for each person that has ran a call since March 1. That is the only easy way to do this. And you can still give it to the departments. All we have, Billy has the data right there in the folder. I went to his office last week, I saw it. If Callaway has 20 people that's ran a call since March 1, that's $10,000, right? Math right? 20 times 500.
Yes, sir.
They get $10,000. Now, if you give it to the department, you can still give it to the departments like Jim suggests. But if they want to split it up amongst all their members, it's their discretion, unless we say it has to go to a member that has ran a call since March 1. I think it's the only fair way to do it, to make sure that the people who have ran a call since March 1 get the $500. Billy has the info. I saw it on his desk last week. It's right there in that folder.
But Mr. Mitchell, at that point, anybody that's run a call gets the same amount as somebody who runs 20 calls.
But they've ran a call since March 1. Doesn't matter how many calls you've ran.
Right.
The people who benefit are the people who are truly active within their organization.
I don't understand. I'm trying to get where I can write the motion down, but I understand you to say anybody that's run at least one call gets $500
Since March 1.
since March 1.
Right.
So if somebody has run one call, and it was April 3rd, and somebody else has run 20 calls, they both get $500.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, that's what you want the motion.
I haven't made a motion. Thought we were still in discussion. Option 3 doesn't work the way I explained it. You got some departments that only have 5 members. I mean, those guys are going to get a big check. You have some that have 15 members that rent, I mean, they're gonna get a smaller check. And that's just gonna open up a can of worms that I don't wanna deal with.
So that's taken away from the authority of the chief in. You're gonna give each person that runs certain calls that money, then there is no designation but the chief. You already designated.
Yep.
And
Speaking with the volunteers in the county, they're okay with anyone who's ran a call since March 1 getting the bonus. And if they've ran a call since March 1, most of them are active and running calls on a regular basis.
Well, I still say that the chiefs say each unit gets $10,000 and let them decide who's the most important, unimportant. Because if we sit here and try to pick out the ones that's done the most work, or pick out the ones that done the less work, we're gonna be in problem with jealousy.
Okay.
And with something we don't need. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I understand.
So that's the reason I say, let's give each one a certain amount and let the chief divide it out.
So how many departments is that, Billy? You got
It'd be,
Rocky Mount,
It'd be
Barron.
14 departments. Now, counting Rocky Mount wasn't in there. Anywhere that already received funds was not in these numbers. So you had 9 fire departments
Rocky Mount.
and 5 EMS agencies.
Ferrum, Glade Hill, Cowley, Snow Creek, Boone's Mill, Fort Mountain, Burnt Chimney, Scruggs, Hardy, Fireboats, Cool Brand. I know I'm counting all of them. How many squads was it? It was Glade Hill, Scruggs, Red Valley.
It'd be Franklin County, Glade Hill, Snow Creek.
But here's my point right here. Franklin County Rescue Squad had one person that's ran a call since March 1. We're going to give them $10,000. Do you see my problem with that scenario?
Well, I think it was going to give it to the captain or chief there, and then they could determine how to delegate it out.
But they're going to give it to all their members that haven't ran calls in 2 years.
Oh, agreed. But Franklin County, Glade Hill, Callaway, Red Valley, and Scruggs is who's ran calls, at least one call since March the 1st.
Okay.
Did everybody hear that comment? One person has ran a call since March 1. One person's run a call probably in 2 years at Franklin County Rescue Squad. We're going to give them $10,000?
Mr. Mitchell, with all due respect, sir, make your motion.
Mr. Tatum,
I want to make sure the board's comfortable with it. I don't want to be a jerk about it.
Mr. Tatum's arm's getting sore.
Go ahead.
If, I understand what's being said on every part. What I think is more equitable is Mr. Ferguson compiled the numbers from each department. Everyone that has an active member that has run a call since March 1st, they give Mr. Ferguson those numbers. If Rocky Mount has one person, they get $500.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
And then it's up to their captain. That money is given to that captain to distribute. If Ferrum has 10 members that have run since March 1st, they get $500 per person, be $5,000. Their chief is given that money and is instructed to distribute it. Now, what I do not support is giving the chiefs the liberty to decide how much each person gets. We set that amount. We set that amount, whether it's 500 or 200 or whatever, we set the dollar amount. Because one thing that I don't want to see happen is what I mentioned earlier, the good old boy system, and it does exist. I don't want someone just because if I'm the chief at Henry and somebody is good friends with me, and I say, sure, I'll have this money, I'm going to give you $600, and this guy over here is only going to get $3. So we set the amount each department gets. For instance, let's say Henry has 15 members. That'd be $7,500, $500 a person. We write a check to Henry Fire Department for $7,500. Their chief is then instructed to deposit that money, go to their treasurer, their department, and then he distributes that money to the members that have run calls since March 1st. That money needs to be And normally, you break it down, you say, okay, if he's running 10 calls or whatever, but I think to be fair, we need to set the dollar amount across the board. We're saying $500 to each department, we need to stay with that amount, or we need to adjust it. Now, if Rocky Mount's got one member that's run a call since March 1st, then they get $500.
Exactly.
If Snow Creek's got 10 members, they get $5,000.
Exactly.
But those departments need to provide that information to Mr. Ferguson, then he can provide the information to Mr. Carter, and then y'all can decide how much each department gets. That money, the check gets wrote to that department. That chief then is responsible to make sure that the check is deposited and the money goes out through that fire department. So, for instance, a member of Fairham Fire Department would not get a check from Franklin County, they would get a check for $500 from Fairham Fire Department. And that way, that money is controlled by the chiefs, they divvy it out, they're responsible to get rid of it, because what we don't want is for us to start having to write a bunch of checks. These people have to come in to our HR office and fill out W-4s or 1099s, whatever they have to fill out, we have to go through all that. We're trying to get around that, and by giving the money to the fire department, let the fire departments give the money out, then they don't have to come up here and overwhelm our HR office. So I think we write the check to the fire department, the chief is responsible, see to it that it goes out, but we set the amount that goes out to each member. And that's all I've got.
We hit up on my concern, and that is that our fire departments are not set up to make these payments because they're taxable. They're not set up to do it. Now, if I understand correctly, and Billy, correct me if I'm wrong, we pay a stipend to volunteers for every call they run.
That's correct.
And we know how many stipends we've paid between March 1st and today, or we can find out pretty quickly.
Yes,
And we know who we paid them to,
yes,
correct?
yes, sir.
So if we know how much we're gonna budget, and we divide that number of stipends into it, we can tell that we'll come up with a number. What the number is. You could then pay everybody who's gotten a stipend the additional based on the stipend.
Correct.
You wouldn't have to worry, and we're already set up, right? I mean, we're set up to write those stipend checks, we can do it again.
There's one problem with that. Not every volunteer that runs calls collects a stipend.
That's right.
God bless them.
Thank you.
But that's their problem, I mean,
That's their,
It wouldn't be that many, it wouldn't be that many people that would have to come in and fill out a W-2. So,
no, we already have them for people who give us.
except for the ones and the ones who don't get a stipend probably won't accept the $500 either. I don't know.
Right, they're actual volunteers.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Would an appropriate motion be that we allocate $500 per volunteer that has a stipend on file from March to whenever?
Per stipend, because they receive a different one each time. What I'm saying is you're not gonna know the number till you do the math.
Right, well, and then,
And that way, the guy who's gotten 10 stipends gets a larger bonus than the guy who's gotten 2 stipends. It's that thing. Concern,
My idea is almost identical to Tim's. I don't think I explained it as well as Tim, though.
but you're still putting the companies in a position where they're issuing checks for wages. I mean, they're gonna have to do either a 1099 or some sort of.
Well, would it be better just go back to first original plan was just give so much to chiefs and let them take care of it?
Because it still is
You
wages.
can't do it. Explain it again, please.
Because it would be classified as wages, the department in giving it would have to be, my concern is that there would be a requirement of either doing a 1099 or doing withholding.
So you're saying
CARES Act is taxable.
It's not CARES Act money.
it's not CARES? Yeah.
Do what now? Excuse me.
It's not CARES Act money.
Okay.
I know others have done it, I'm just not comfortable with it, and I think we're putting our volunteer companies in a position to be caught later, their pants down.
Yeah, I mean, I just appreciate your expertise. I'm just trying to figure out.
If I may inject something here, correct me if I'm wrong, the attorney. It's this board's job, duty, to allocate or to say what's to be allocated. How it's done is staff's job to do. That's why we've got them. It's not this board's job to say this should be done, this should be done. It's our job to say this needs to be done, then you go do it. That's what I'm saying. And we've sat here for 30 minutes arguing back and forth, and nothing's been settled.
I'll make a motion.
That's what I said. Make your motion to how much you want to give and let them guys that we're paying big bucks to do their job.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion if I may.
Yes, sir.
I make a motion, we allocate $200,000 to include the non-DSS employees, because that's what it's going to take if my math's right. If it doesn't take that, then it just goes back into the pot, right? We allocate $200,000 to allow staff to figure out the best way to get our volunteer fire and EMS and the non-DSS workers a $500 bonus. Volunteers that have ran calls since March 1.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and second.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
The county's gonna allocate this money to individual fire departments?
We haven't figured that out
Is
yet.
that correct?
Let them figure it out.
That's what I'm saying. That's the way they're gonna do it.
Huh? Let them figure it out to do the $200,000 equitably. That's what they get paid that big money for.
So when I get a telephone call, I'm gonna, to you.
If I understand the motion, it's the staff is going to figure out how to get $500 to every volunteer who's run a call since March 1st.
Okay. I just want to
200,000.
clarify myself on that one.
And whether what route that takes from the county.
Okay.
As I understand with Mr. Thompson, what staff needs to figure out.
Do it. Paid for it, do it.
And we will.
I know you will. I have all the confidence in the world.
I was trying to figure it out for y'all, but apparently I'm not doing a very good job of it. Thank you, Ronnie, for that suggestion.
Where does this money come from? General funds or?
It'll realistically come from one of these pots of money on your screen that you approved at last month's meeting. Probably either the discretionary balance or the COVID 2021 response contingency for right now.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second.
Mr. Chairman, just before the vote, just want to clarify, not to add any more confusion or anything here, but again, $500 per first responding volunteer, one-time stipend of anyone that ran a call since March 1st, unduplicative, meaning if that volunteer ran with multiple companies, they only get $500 apiece. And then I just want some clarity as well, because we have the out-of-jurisdictional entities, including the Rocky Mount Volunteer Fire Department, Cool Branch, Hardy, as well as the Smith Mountain Lake Marine Fire, if that's included in that motion.
Do I need to amend it to include those?
Yes.
If, just whatever your intent, I guess for clarity for the record.
All right, now, I understood the motion to be $200,000. Now you're saying $500 apiece. What is it?
It's if my math's right, based off of what Billy's collected and what I've collected from the outside agencies, 200,000 should be more than enough to cover it. It should be around 190,000.
Mr. Thompson, I think for clarity, I think up to $200,000 for the $500 per stipend, if that clarifies it.
Just do a do not exceed.
Do not exceed, yeah. Up to.
That includes Cool Branch and
Yes, sir.
other fire departments, stuff like that. Okay.
Yes, sir, because
All right.
is it 140, Billy, that number you gave me last week?
Because they run in Franklin.
Was what, 140, Mr. Mitchell?
The number you gave me last week when I came in your office, volunteers that ran a call since March 1 with each department, was it about 140 people
No,
total?
it was, I think it was 252.
252.
Yeah,
That didn't include Rocky Mount though, correct?
that did not include Rocky Mount.
So 252 times 500 is 126,000. All right, help me here, Brian. You're the math whiz. Just want to make sure that what I'm saying is going to be enough. Rocky Mount would be 16.5. Yeah, 200,000 should be more than enough to include all them and the DSS workers?
So it should be, we have to include FICA in that, so 7.65%.
I can't, will you speak into the mic, please, with that mask on?
Just take the mask off. So you have to include FICA with that amount, 7.65%. So it just depends on the number the board's comfortable with. If the board will just approve if it's 500 plus FICA up to whatever dollar amount, staff will go back and calculate all of that and pull it out of one of these pots of money.
The sheriff's and the other public safety, the 2,000, then taxes came out of it, right? It should be the same for the volunteers. So it's not 500 plus FICA, it's 500 and then whatever taxes come off of that.
That's correct, but the county still has to pay its portion. So the county will
gotcha. I
pay
understand what you're
500 plus 7.65%.
Gotcha.
Yes.
I understand now.
You're
I'm
correct.
sorry.
No, you're right.
That was a brain fart.
Madam Clerk, would you read the motion, please?
Yes. On the motion made by Supervisor Mitchell to allocate an amount not to exceed $200,000 and allow staff the best way to provide the volunteer firefighters and rescue members who have run a call since March 1, $500 bonus, and provide the additional bonus amount that was paid to public safety and the sheriff's office to the 9 social service workers, which names would be verified by the Director of Social Services. That was seconded by Supervisor Tate.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make sure that the motion is amended to include where we want the money taken from. If it's coming out of this, that's going to be instructive to staff to take it out of this COVID 2021 response contingency number. We need to say where we want it.
I agree.
And include the 5 agencies outside jurisdiction too, Madeline.
When you put that in there, that has to include the calls that they ran in Franklin County.
In Franklin
not
County.
Bedford
Yes, sir.
County or
Yes, sir.
Pennsylvania County, in Franklin County.
Yes, sir, absolutely. Without a doubt.
Would you poll the board, please?
I just made the additions from where the money would be taken out to include the 5 agencies, pending that the calls were to Franklin County. Pending that the calls were to Franklin County.
Yes.
Madeline, I just want to make sure that the money is taken out of the COVID 2021 response contingency.
COVID 2021 response contingency.
Thank you.
Yes. Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson?
Yeah.
Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
And Chairman Mitchell?
Yes.
Thank y'all.
You done?
I am. Figure out how to get this. All right, I'll close it this way.
All right.
Mr. Burnett?
Mr. Chairman, I know you all are running well behind on schedule, so I'm going to go through this very, very quickly. Just wanted to give the board a quick update on where we are with a number of the projects at the park. And that way, if there's any issues that you all might have, you can let us know. So just generally, we have 5 projects we want to talk to you about today. And I'll go through those one by one. So first one is the water tank at Summit View. We have got that operational now. It's been completed as of November 4th. It's a 500,000 gallon water tank that serves fire protection and water services throughout that part of Route 220 and the business park.
Could I add just while you've got
Please.
the pic, would you put the picture back up?
Yes.
The County News National Association of Counties, which sends us a folder every week or every 2 weeks. Anyway, Franklin County made the national publication, and this is a picture that's in the brochure showing Franklin County. And, you know, for us to have national attention we're very proud of it. And also, it shows this work that staff has done, and we just thank you. And this is in the back of your news pamphlet if you haven't thrown it away.
So we had a state award last month, a national thing this month. I guess there'll be something global next month.
Go take
So-
a picture from the space station.
So the next item, just for a quick overview, the D3 road segment and then the Eagle site, which is the new building pad that we would be building. VDOT is finalizing their 90% review. We hope to have that back next week. The board has already approved us moving forward with bidding once that we do have that approval back from VDOT. So we're going to be moving quickly on this over the next couple of months. Athletic field number 1, just wanted to let you know that has been completed and is done. Right now, grass is growing, and we hope to be able to use that next year for athletics at the business park.
It needs some fertilizer. It needs some fertilizer, Mike. I mentioned it to Parks and Rec.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Connector Road, we have, as you know from last month, we've received a $4.7 million grant from the federal EDA. Right now, we're working with them on the grant document execution, as well as we'll get started on engineering requests for proposals so we can start design on this program. The project is a federally funded program, so it is going to be a lot more entail a lot more restrictions and regulations, and so it will be a slog to get through, but we will get there. And then the VDOT revenue sharing application of $5.4 million is due to be decided upon by the CTB next month. But it is being recommended, and we don't see any issues at this point for it being funded. And then the final area, just wanted to mention this was an issue that the board had last month, and I'm very glad that you all put that out there so we could get moving on it. The farmhouse area, we have gone out, Parks and Rec has got that pressure wash, the farmhouse. And then to Mr. Tatum's request, we've got a structural review going on for the farmhouse itself. That should be completed first week in December or so. We're getting estimates right now on silo painting, paving, as Ms. Smith was asking about paving for the lot and the driveway into the park, into the farmhouse area. Estimates on painting the house, as well as one thing we didn't mention last time that we are looking at is hooking up the house to Western Virginia water that runs right by the house. And as we would end up paving the parking lot, that would take out the well house that's there. So we'd want to be able to hook up to water through Western Virginia. Entrance signs, bidding is going on, so we'll have bids due back on December the 10th, and we'll bring those to you all at your December board meeting for potential award. And we've also, Parks and Rec has gone to an enhanced mowing, trimming, and landscaping plan and schedule for the farmhouse area as well.
Mr. Burnett, if I may, Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Chairman, may I ask a quick question?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Burnett, with respect to the, I know this sounds like it's simple, the steps going up to the house.
Yes.
Are we fixing those?
We will. So right now, what we wanted to do was to get the structural integrity checked out before we did
Correct.
anything else. And so that's going on, and we'll absolutely bring in the steps and the path from the parking lot to the house would be another item we'd look at.
That would be great. I almost broke my neck going up those steps. Not a good thing.
They're not fun.
No, they're not. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chairman, what color gonna paint the silos?
That'll be up to the board. We've had some board members that have talked about doing kind of a gray or light gray or a white with a green top. Some have talked about an all green, kind of like the water tank. So we'll kind of figure that out with the board as we move forward.
Well, I've had nothing but good comments about the water tank.
I have too.
Nothing but good.
Yep.
Even my wife liked it. Isn't that something?
Paint the water, paint the silos.
I think
and the
keeping
roof
it
of the house, the same color as the water tank. It'll all be the same.
I think consistency is important in terms of the presentation.
Yeah.
Don't
It's
you?
important.
Yeah.
It's important for the, I mean, I hate to say it, but ours is the worst property there. And it shouldn't be.
Won't be for long.
It should be the best property there.
And that is all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. If there's no other questions, we thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnett.
Thank you.
Mr. Whitlow,
Thank you,
County,
Mr. Chair.
County Administrator, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the interest of time, I will talk fast because I know our time is running fast here. Upcoming events, just remind the board that for the Thanksgiving holiday, county offices, of course, will close later next week, and certainly wish the board and all our citizens a happy Thanksgiving. In celebration of the holidays, Parks and Recreation this year will be debuting a light drive-through show at the Recreation Park at Sontag. Of course, that's the loop road, the nice loop road around the Recreation Park. The fact that Come Home to a Franklin County Christmas and the Rocky Mount Christmas Parade, those events are both canceled this year because of the social distancing requirements. Staff's really excited to bring this event this year. More details forthcoming. Don't have a lot of details today other than to say it will run Thanksgiving through New Year's Day. And it will be from 5 o'clock to 9:30 in the evening. So more details to follow on that. Also, just would mention that, and we can maybe come back to this either under my items or items by the supervisors. Of course, the recent scheduled meeting of the joint school board and the board of supervisors meeting, rather, of course, had to be postponed. There were some members that could not attend, and with the increase in COVID cases, the concern there. So I would ask, Mr. Chairman, our clerk will likely, if it's a pleasure of the board, be reaching back out to each of you and also the school board office to reschedule that very important meeting to discuss CTE. So we will get that rescheduled, and I think both the school board and you as the Board of Supervisors were certainly understanding and really wanting that meeting to occur where everyone could attend and participate. Under other matters coming up, I would just note the current pandemic. This is very important for us to reemphasize to our citizens to be very mindful at this time with our COVID numbers in Franklin County in terms of social distancing and the wearing of masks and all the things that we can do to try to keep down the community spread of COVID-19. Of course, much of that you can see here taking place in today's meeting. But in that, today there are 1,275 COVID cases in Franklin County. I should note my report last month, there were 678 during your board meeting last month. So it's doubled in 1 month. And then looking back the month prior, it doubled again. So we're doubling our number of new cases each month over the last couple of months. And so we are seeing a higher amount of cases now, daily new cases per 100,000 population. Our numbers are higher than the state average here in Franklin County as well as the region. So are our number of hospitalizations and deaths in terms of per 100,000. So something that could be concerned about. As an example, the 7-day average per 100,000 in Franklin County is 30 cases. The state average is only 19. But also note currently at Carilion Franklin Memorial Hospital, great partnership with Carilion. They've been wonderful to work with in terms of testing and getting the word out of working on the pandemic. There are no inpatient beds available at the hospital currently. There are 5 potential cases there in the hospital. And then as I understand this morning, there were patients waiting admission. So there has been a concern in the Carilion system, as well as the other hospitals in this part of Virginia in terms of the amount of bed space and availability. That being said, the hospital does have a network of other hospitals in the state where they work together to make sure there's enough bed capacity. So Again, a concern, but not necessarily something that we should, I guess, in a manner or tone of panic, certainly not. But it is a cautionary reminder to us to be very careful to try to slow the spread of COVID-19. Very encouraged with the national news of the potential and the possibility of the rollout of a vaccine early next year. So, but until that time, again, cautioning everyone to be as safe as possible. In terms of COVID, it's a segue here. The Franklin County Public School System has reached out to my office following the school board meeting recently. The schools are looking to go back to in-person instruction in January and try to get our kids and students back to school. In doing so, they will need to social distance and make sure they have adequate space to social distance. And within the facilities they have, when you bring all of the kids back, as I understand, there's not necessarily enough space to adequately social distance perhaps all the kids. And so the school system has reached out to us. They're reaching out to the private sector as well. As to possibilities for maybe additional space that's not being used, one that comes to mind for us is the Franklin Center, which is our higher education center. It already has classrooms. In fact, the school system already utilizes a couple of those classrooms during the day. There may be additional classrooms there as a possibility. There's a small room in our library, possibly the Essex Center, although there are dual uses there at the Essex Center. And so I would just say if there are any thoughts from the board regarding this, if you could just please pass those along to me. But I did advise the superintendent that I would alert our board as to their request. Last month, the board inquired regarding our coyote bounty. We have had a chance to go back and look at that. We still have approximately half of those funds still left in the bounty. So for now, it's healthy, but we'll keep an eye on that. And if it looks like it's decreasing and we need to replenish as we've done in previous years, we would bring that back. Another item that I've mentioned, communicated to the board previously, Friends of the Rivers of Virginia is working with a few of our property owners along our rivers in the county for possible additional take-ins and take-outs for our canoes and kayaks for our blueways. And so we have a recent request, and so there's a letter of support there. Again, it's not necessarily county property per se, it's private property and working with the Friends of Virginia. But if there's any concern that the board may have regarding a support letter for those type of projects, please let me know. And then finally, Mr. Brian Carter touched on this earlier in terms of the bond ratings and our county financing. And so first, I'd like to thank Mr. Carter specifically, and really all the county staff, but Brian has done just a heck of a job over the last few weeks. As an example, this week we will be looking to go to the market to refinance, if you will, our debt for the county, of course, that the board previously approved. In doing so, the preliminary official statement, as an example, is several hundred pages long. And so dealing with financial advisors, bond counsel, the IDA, it's a lot of work. And so Brian and the staff has done a tremendous job in working with Davenport. We hope to bring you good news, but I do have some certainly good news to bring to the board today, specifically when we talk about our bond ratings. Recently, Brian and I had several meetings with Standard & Poor's, Moody's, and Fitch, of course, which recently or in years past had rated the county. I am pleased to say, even under a COVID national emergency pandemic, every one of our bond ratings were reaffirmed as very strong. That is tremendous news for us. That's not necessarily the case for other localities during a national pandemic. And I'll just highlight a few of the things for this board, because I think you all deserve a lot of this credit, as well as previous boards of supervisors. Just some quotes from the press releases, which we'll share these. Franklin County has a history of sound financial management, supported by a number of formalized financial policies and practices, as well as a growing economic base. As a result, This is from Standards & Poor. We believe the county will continue to maintain its very strong financial position despite the onset of COVID-19 earlier in the year. And other items that Mr. Brian Carter mentioned earlier, and I think Mr. Thompson, you may have asked the question regarding an upgrade. We're already very, very high. The only step above is really AAA. And so factors that could lead to reaching that AAA rating one day would be significant and sustained growth of our reserves and liquidity. And so the fact that this board and previous boards have been very mindful of the county's fund balance and reserves, and you've added to it to continue to achieve our existing bond rating or perhaps that AAA, they've noted that to do that would be significant and sustained growth in more reserves, in looking at our reserves. But in addition, a substantial tax base expansion and an improvement in residential income levels. That's one thing that they have said. And so I think the strategic investments that the board has made, whether it be in our new companies at the business park with above wage averages and investment, speaks to what Moody's and Standards & Poor and Fitch are looking for in a community in terms of doing the right things. And so I would just congratulate the board with those ratings. And that's all of the updates and matters that I have, Mr. Chairman. I'd be glad to answer any questions from the board.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I have one for, I don't know if it needs to be done in the form of a motion or if it needs to be just a consent. But when you made that comment a while ago about utilizing some space that we have for the school, I think under the present circumstances, if we've got something, a place such as the Essex or the Franklin Center, and the schools need it by all means for temporary emergency purposes, let them have it. And I think that you go ahead and authorize you to take care of that it won't have to procrastinate or wait for another meeting to come around to do that. I don't know how the rest of the guys feel, but that's how I feel. If we got the space and they need it, let them have it.
I agree with you 100%.
It's just.
Okay.
Be glad to
That's
pass
good.
that along. I'll be glad to pass that along, Mr.
Do you need that as a motion, or can you do it off of,
I can do it by consensus.
I think everybody's nodding their head here, thumbs up, and everything else. That's all, thank you.
Any comments on it?
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Whitlow, are you finished?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Other matters for supervisors?
I can start then if looking there. I got a couple of things. I think staff, I brought up 2 or 3 things there in last month's meeting in regards to the business park and for the bounty and everything. I knew with hunting season coming on, and you were prompt with the answers and everything to that. And for that, I am thankful for that. Appreciate that. This past week, or last week now, we had a big milestone that happened in the county. And that was, it was on the agenda in regards to the Confederate statue. And I think the public spoke very loudly as to what was there. And I got a letter. I got some phone calls. I got people actually come by the house. And then I got just one letter. And the letter really got my attention. And I looked the person up and responded back to that. It's been brought to my attention that my vote, along with the winning majority's vote regarding our Confederate soldiers resident at our courthouse, may be reversed by the Board of Supervisors. There are several emotions and words that describe my reaction to hearing this, but disappointment and outrage would be the most appropriate. If the board of 7 people elected by the residents of the county have the right to reverse a decision that more than 70%, or to be exact, 21,152 citizens voted for, then our voting rights are not rights at all. It is sad times that we're living in when a small group of people can be loud enough to disrupt our judicial system and can bully our officials into doing away with the legal and constitutional purpose of a ballot vote. That bothered me. That bothered me, and that it's already out there that this board was going to do something against what it was put on the ballot for in the first place. And with all of that, I know that there was going to be discussion today, and I'm not going to make a motion prior to the discussion to see, but I am prepared to make a motion today in regards to that. But I want to hear what others have to say before anything's done, because this is on our public or other matters by supervisors. Is anyone, I guess basically what I'm asking, what is other people hearing in regards to what's going on, and how do you feel about it?
I received a letter, Jubilee Early Preservation Trust, dated October the 30th, 2020, to Mr. Leland Mitchell, Chairman, Franklin County Board of Supervisors. And it's concerning the Confederate monument. Mr. Mitchell, it has come to our attention that one prospective location for the Confederate monument currently at the courthouse, that the Jubilee Early home place is a possible location to relocate it. On behalf of the Jubilee Early Preservation Trust, I would like to state that we have no interest in locating the monument on our grounds. We're out in the county, and security would be a major concern. It is our hope that the monument remains in its current location. And this is signed by George A. Talatinto, and he's the president of the Jubilee Early Preservation Trust. So this is just a notification to the county that they're not interested, and I will put it here if anyone wants to read it. Is there any other discussion?
Are we taking this time to just discuss the statute?
Pardon?
So
Yes.
if we got other matters, we can come back to it.
Yeah.
Whatever
Okay.
you want to do.
So as everyone here knows, I formed a committee, a diversity and inclusion committee, once the discussion on the statute started. I have enjoyed every second of it. It's been great getting to learn what goes on in the county that I may not have been aware of before. The committee was not a take down the statute committee, so we kept the discussion on the statute at a minimum. Our focus was more on diversity and inclusion in Franklin County. What can we do as a county to be better? And the general consensus of our committee was we just need a better understanding of each other. This side of the argument wants to know why is the statute important, and then the other side wants to know why do you want to take it down. So I have three things that we as a committee came together that I want to mention here in other matters since we're talking about the statute. I have one of the members on my board, two of the members on my board, on my committee, are members of the Black Lives Matter of Franklin County. And a couple of things that they're wanting, the local NAACP chapter of Franklin County, this is according to this member, so I hope he's got his ducks in a row. They want to host what they call a Confed Talks. Are you guys familiar with TED Talks? It'd be something similar to that, where guest speakers come and they speak on why the Confederate statute and why Confederacy is and was important to them. And it'd be something that they would host. They have mentioned that they need some space to host this event, whether it be here in the county building. I think they're wanting to do it on a Saturday, which takes the county building out of the equation, but If they were to want to host one of the events here, I would have to come to the board and ask for permission for that. Another thing, the Black Lives Matter of Franklin County, in our committee, we brought up the Al Jazeera video that was made and how it was deemed by most of Franklin County as inappropriate. So Black Lives Matter wants to come together next month here, if we can get general consensus to allow them to come here to have a meeting to talk amongst their group of why that video was probably harmful to Franklin County. A member that Mike Carter asked for me to put on the committee, Ms. Forella Johnson, asked that another idea that we can talk about to help diversity and inclusion in Franklin County would be to come up with an even larger committee where each supervisor picks 2 people from their district to be on this committee. Preferably 2 people, one on one side of the argument, one on one side, on the other side of the argument. That was her suggestion. And then another thing that our committee talked about in regards to keeping the statute was to the soldiers that are represented on that statute, since it's a memorial statute. This is coming from the members on my committee that are part of the Black Lives Matter chapter of Franklin County, would be to let's educate the people on who the people are this statute is memorializing. And if you guys have been to National Mall in DC, when you go to the statutes and monuments, you see these nice glass displays at the bottom that will tell you the history and what you need to know about that statue or monument. And they suggested that maybe the county can do that so that it kind of puts in context who these men were and why they were fighting for what they were fighting for. And that will help with the understanding each other aspect of the biggest concern that the members on my committee have. I think that's the biggest problem is the 2 sides don't understand why one thinks the other. And I think if we can take these ideas and kind of move forward with them, it allows us to have discussion. I think the biggest thing is we've got to keep a good discussion. We've got to keep everybody getting along in the county. And I think we need to make each other sit down and talk with each other about it. And that was the what our committee came up with were these ideas. It's brought to my attention that I have to have a consensus from the board if we were to move forward with any of these. We're still working out the details. Like I said, the Confed talks, that'll be an NAACP thing. Where they host it is still up in the air. If they want to use the county building, it would have to be Monday through Friday, correct, Chris? This building's closed on the weekend, correct? So, and then the Black Lives Matter have asked if they could host a meeting here in our chambers next month to let their group talk about that Al Jazeera video and why it was inappropriate or appropriate, whatever side of the argument you're on. I'm sure you guys are all familiar with that video, correct? And then the 14-member committee, I need general consensus on that if we want to move forward with a larger committee. And that's all our committee has at this point.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I also received a number of emails and calls and visits from people, and overwhelming majority of people have spoken and support the results of the referendum that was taken by the county. And where I'm at on the whole issue is that even though 70% said keep the statue, we can't forget about the 30% that want to move the statue. And I agree with what Mr. Mitchell has mentioned. I think if we take the time to, I guess the phrase would be contextualize the statue, put something up explaining the background. And also we don't want to forget about, as was mentioned by some of our speakers in the past, some of our African American community from Franklin County that left here to fight for the Union. Mm-hmm. And I think, we'd be remiss if we left those out. And we also have to remember that we also had Franklin County citizens that did fight for the Union. Not nearly as many in numbers as the Confederacy, but there were, this area had some split feelings about that. That was a terrible time in our country's history. And I'm not advocating that we try to forget about history or change history, but we need to remember it in its context and learn from it and use this opportunity to bring our county closer together. I think that I attended one of those meetings with Mr. Mitchell, and everyone that was there, whether they were for keeping the statue or wanting to remove the statue, everyone that was there, in my opinion, had a genuine concern for this community that we all live in. And that was pleasing for me to see, that overwhelming concern is not that I saw with those people. They weren't there saying this is my feelings. Their concern was the feelings for the whole community, the county as a whole. And I think I think that we need to hear the voices of the voters from last week, but we also need to put something up explaining and giving a better explanation of what that statue represents, and do that in a respectful way. And we need to reach out and ask for some input on the best way of doing that from our African American community as well. We don't want to overlook any of our citizens in Franklin County. I think our citizens spoke loudly. We need to hear that. But with that said, we cannot forget about 30% that was on the losing side of that argument. And I just want to say that I agree with what Mr. Mitchell has mentioned, that some type of explanation, I've been to DC several times and going by the memorials up there. Like I said, in front of every statue, there's a plaque of some sort, giving some explanation, some background behind it. And it's really helpful if someone coming here for the first time and they see that statue, it's just a big chunk of marble. But if they take the time to read some explanation and background behind it and what it was there for, it can be very helpful and educational for them. So that's where I'm at with this whole thing. I will say that I have had, since the beginnings, since this has been brought up in the early spring about the statue, I've overwhelming amount of calls for people that have called me and emailed me saying, keep the statue, keep it where it's at. And so that's where I'm at. I think we listen to the masses, but let's not forget about the minority as well.
Okay, any other comments, Mr. Carter?
Just briefly, Mr. Chairman, by putting it on the referendum, America is a democracy. Everyone has a voice. Each one of us had a voice to vote. Personally, as an elected official, I'm elected to do the duty of the voters. And at 2-to-1 odds, there's winners, there's losers, as Mr. Trump, I think, is finding out. And I'm elected to do what my constituents want, and that's the way America works. That's all I have, sir.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to lend some comments.
Yes, ma'am.
First, Mr. Mitchell, thank you for your time and efforts with your group. I commend you. I commend everybody that's participating in that group, because I think that, the inclusion and diversity conversations need to continue. It needs to be a part of the fabric of how we operate, not only as a county, but as a community. So thank you for that. I very much support what Mr. Tatum and Mr. Mitchell are suggesting. It is very difficult for me, I certainly want the statue to remain where it is, but I do think that the idea of contextualizing it in some way with a kiosk or some type of plaque that articulates really what the statue stands for and can be more representative than just passing by it and drawing your own conclusions based upon what you may think you see. Mr. Tatum, you said it very well, to ignore, up to 30% of our citizenry that voted, I think would be a disservice to Franklin County. But I do honor the feedback. I've told many people that have contacted me over 6 months. I've taken phone calls and emails, conversations, and so forth. And I considered the referendum itself a piece of that deliberation for myself personally, in terms of trying to get to a place that I am happy with and can stand by and defend. In the referendum, did that. It was very helpful to me. But this joint discussion that we're having today is even more helpful, because we as a board always, at least since I've been here, we seem to get to the right place most of the time, 99% of the time. And talking about trying to do something in addition to leaving the statute there to contextualize the statute, I think is something I very much would like to support. So I appreciate you bringing that forward.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I guess I'm last again. That beats all I was saying. But anyway, I said in the beginning, you cannot live without history. History will judge upon on how society did the past, how society is going to do in the future. Now, if we take the statute down, we're disrespecting the past, and we're actually disrespecting the future. Because with what we have here, society is judged, like I said, on the past and the future. So we've got to have a past to how to judge our future. The past shows mistakes we made. The past also shows the goodness that we did. And so with the generations coming forward, if we destroy all of our history, then how are they going to know anything about this country? Now, good or bad, and personally, I want to keep the statute. But it's just like Mr. Carter said, I was elected by the people of this county to do the will of the people in this respect. And that was put on a referendum, and majority spoke and said they wanted to keep the statute. And all due respect, that's what I aim to do. My vote anyway is to keep the statute. Now, if you want to put some type of plaque up to it, explaining some things, I'm in favor of that. But like I said, we've got to keep the statute. We've got to keep our history. We've got to keep our past alive. We've got to keep our future alive. So that's where I stand.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
I've got a comment.
Yes, sir.
You through? I'm ready to make a motion on that. I think that we've got two points here to make. And in my 30 years in law enforcement, I saw this numerous times in the courtroom. Mr. Gwynn, you can relate to this. The point that's before this board, or was before this board and was on the agenda, was whether or not the statue of the Confederate soldier in front of the courthouse stays where it's been all these years or is moved. That's it. Now that particular thing has been clouded with all these other arguments. I will make a motion that the statue of the Confederate soldier in front of the courthouse stays where it's at, in front of the courthouse. That's my motion. Now, with the other arguments that have been raised for these other groups for a plaque or whatever to go up there, that's a whole nother story for a whole nother day. And I wouldn't be opposed to that, to talking about that, but that's not what it's about today. The agenda was for whether the statue of the Confederate soldier stays where it's at and has been for all these years, or whether it's been moved. My motion is that it stays where it's at.
Second.
Okay, well, any other discussion? Would you read the motion, please?
Yes, the motion I have is made by Supervisor Thompson that the statue outside of the courthouse remain where it is at.
Yes.
Now seconded by Supervisor Clement.
If I need to say Franklin County Courthouse, but we're in Franklin County, so everybody knows that.
You could say where it is currently located and avoid ending your sentence with preposition.
Yes, sir. Where it is currently located.
Thank you.
Sorry.
You may poll the board.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson.
Yes.
Supervisor Clement.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Cadence.
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
And away from the motion a little bit, if we, as a board, feel like that we would like to entertain some discussion from various points, if y'all are open to it, we can make ourselves available. I know from past experiences that sometimes we don't make ourselves available, and I think this would be a fine time to do it. And don't think I would be out of order. Yes, sir.
I apologize for interrupting, but I did hear 4 board members say they would be interested in discussing contextualization, if not 5. The statute says you've got to have a public hearing to do that.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay.
All right,
Want
would
to
you,
schedule a public hearing?
Yes.
all right, now bring that back.
You've got, I don't know, my count is at least 4, if not 5, members who spoke who said that they thought contextualization would be a good idea to consider for the statute. But the statute says that you can't do that unless you have a public hearing.
Okay,
It includes contextualization, relocating, removing, or covering any publicly owned monument or memorial. So do you want to have a public hearing on contextualizing?
Mr. Gwynn, a question for you. With a proposed contextualization, do we have to come forward with a proposal that's specific to that contextualization?
No, that would be part of the public hearing.
Okay.
That'd be, the public hearing would be a discussion of what contextualization would mean or how you would go about it.
Yeah, and the contextualization that we talked about was telling the stories of the soldiers that fought in the Civil War. And it is no way to alter the actual statute itself. It's to put something around it where families of these soldiers can share their stories of what these soldiers went and fought for according to their family. That's the contextualization that our committee talked about. It's not to touch the statute, it's something to go around it, so.
Right, but,
Yeah, and a public hearing, if that's what we need to do, does that require a motion, County Attorney?
but the term that you've used is contextualization, and I think it's appropriate. But in order to do that, you have to have a public hearing first.
Does that require a motion?
That just seems to me to be so wide open, not to come to public hearing with an objective that's articulated
Well, but you're
for
gonna have
consideration.
You're going to have a public hearing as to, whether or not it should be contextualized. I mean, it's no different than public hearings on other items. I'm only telling you what the statute says.
I understand.
We have to follow that too, don't we?
Mr. Chairman, I might ask if the board would consider tabling the discussion so we can give it some thought between now and next month's meeting. Or whether, I don't know what the board's pleasure is.
I think if we could kind of clarify a little bit.
Sure.
I don't see any reason why we can't. The reason I brought it back, I think that this board needs to be very open and still work with the people of the county for and against. And I think that's one of the things that this board should indulge in. And now, whether we do or not is up to this board. That's a board decision. And so if someone wants to clarify it, or if we just want to take a consensus and bring it back next month to see whether we want to have a public hearing or how we want to handle it.
I agree with Lori. I think we need to come back. I think there needs to be an allotted amount of time for this board to talk as to what we want to go, and at that point, we can do with a public hearing or how we want to go forward, and get this thing back in an order, not all over the board.
Okay?
Good with that.
I'm back to the board.
Table it.
Y'all are comfortable with it?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying table it and come back with the discussion next month?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And are we okay with a consensus?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm looking at the time machine that's sitting on the wall over here. So we've got a housing work session follow-up. We've got a legislative agenda.
Are we done with other matters, Mr. Chairman?
No, that's what we're
Okay.
doing.
And we've got a work session, and then we've got others.
Mr. Chairman, one more thing before we leave other issues by supervisors. I have one comment I'd like to make, if I may.
Yes, sir.
I received a call this week, and anytime we get complaints on one of our departments, we bring that information to the department heads and to get those complaints resolved. But this week, I received a compliment from one of our departments, and I think when you get a compliment, that needs to go as well. And I spoke to Mr. Sandy earlier. I had a fellow that called me this week, and he was bragging on our building inspector's office and how professional, how helpful they were. They were very courteous, and he had some issues that he had to work out. They worked with him, helped explain some options he had, and he was just extremely appreciative of the service. And I told him, I said, you know, we have good employees throughout Franklin County, and we're so fortunate with the people that we have. And I just want to commend our building inspector's office and all of our county employees. We are blessed here with the quality of employees that we have that serve the citizens of Franklin County. And I just want to tell these employees a hearty thank you for the job they do.
Here, here. Mr. Chairman, did you want me to cover the two issues that I had under other matters, or did you want me to hold on to those?
I guess we need to go ahead and try to work out as much of it as we can. And,
They won't take long, I don't think.
okay.
Yeah,
I
I've
think
got a
you're-
couple items myself.
I think you're good, and I certainly don't want to take anything away from the time and the work that you've put in.
Oh, that's okay, that's okay. The first issue that I'll address is the proposed housing summit. I had talked to you guys about a month or so ago. As you will recall, we had the housing study presented to us formally. And just in conversation, we kind of decided that what a wonderful document and how it articulated our current state with respect to housing. And we have this body of work in our village plan. So in my mind, I was thinking in terms of my district, how do we develop a plan to work off of those two very fundamental and important documents? So I was very, very thrilled when the board said, let's do this as a county. So what I would like to propose, I'm going to pass out, I had done a PowerPoint for you, but I think I'm just going to give you one of the handouts today. I want to propose that we begin the process of looking at the economic development of Franklin County from all aspects. I had articulated to you all that we would work with the village plan's housing look at education, look at our small and large businesses, look at adaptive reuse of our buildings, just runs the gambit. Building and zoning, streamlining processes that's favorable to businesses, looking at incentives, and so forth. So what I am proposing to begin this rather significant initiative is that we host a housing summit in January. And this housing summit would be a broad-based invitee list that would include everyone from developers, builders, legislators. I've got probably 10 categories of individuals that would be represented at this summit. And this would essentially be a 2-day summit. We do 1 day 1 week, 1 day the next week. We do it off-site. And we would have the housing study formally presented to this group. And we would talk about it. We would get their perspectives. And we would, be able to really get our hands around how we formulate the housing piece moving forward. I envision involving our funders at this summit, DHCD, just anybody you can think of at the federal and state and local level that has funding, where we can begin to talk about how we connect resources, potential funding resources, to the projects that we know and that we identify that are necessary in Franklin County. And so as a result of that, as we work into that second day, we begin to network potential scenarios about how we move forward, what is the plan, the work plan that we want to pursue, so that we haven't, we set an outcome that we're looking for, not something that we say in 10 years we'd like to be at this place and it's somewhere way up here that's not really achievable, so that we can work in a realistic way to envision Franklin County, envision very deliberate steps that we can take as a board to lead this county to a higher level of stability for the future of Franklin County, and to help our businesses be successful, help our citizens be successful in what we can do in the leadership roles that we have. So all I'm looking for today with respect to this initiative is to see if the board is in support of us hosting a housing summit for dates to be chosen in January. Mr. Chairman, that's what I would like to go away with today on this issue.
Okay,
I'm good with it. I think it's a good idea.
all right.
The only question that I've got on this is, why does it have to be off-site? We got this nice.
It doesn't.
Nice building.
The only thing with the suggestion, Mr. Thompson, is bringing people together. If COVID circumstances are like they are now, we may have to rethink this. We may need a larger venue. I don't know. Certainly gatherings were prohibited right now from more than 25 people. So this is going to obviously be a fluid decision that we would make, but your point's certainly well taken.
That's the only thing is
Sure.
off-site, the cost, when I don't think we can do it. And I mean, you're right, COVID's gonna dictate when and where this happens.
Right, and I'm not looking to incur cost to go somewhere, certainly not.
It's pretty certain that we're gonna be limited to 25 people.
Till after the inauguration in January, and then it's gonna all go away.
Well,
And Mr. Chairman, I would just suggest that if I could get the board's support to have the summit, with the understanding that I will keep the board updated as to adjusting plans for timing purposes, so that when we do launch this, that we're in optimal circumstances to launch this in a very deliberate and meaningful way.
okay.
I support Ms. Smith on that. I think it's a great idea.
Thank you.
Other board members?
I think it's a good idea with the housing situations we are facing now. I'd be all for that.
Absolutely. I think I like the idea too of drawing from all over the county, getting some ideas of what helps, what works in your area, what would work down at Union Hall, as well as Callaway and Henry and Rocky Mount. We need to look at the entire picture and come up with a plan.
Right. I think that when we dialogue as a board, even though we represent our districts, we're dialoguing as a county.
Mm-hmm.
And we are one county, and we're working together. We are representing not only our districts, but all citizens. And our policies and the leadership we provide needs to be with that in mind.
Well, I think with that, I think most everyone is supportive
Okay.
of what you're planning.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The other thing briefly that I wanted to bring to your attention, and I've left copies at your place, I have drafted the board's 2021 legislative agenda that I view as a very important document to guide what Franklin County needs to see at the state legislative level. And so I've crafted this document. I'm not going to read it. I'll just list the areas that we're covering, which is broadband, economic development, planning and development, education, and environment and agriculture.
Just 1 second,
Oh, I'm sorry.
please. On the agriculture, what we're asking for is some control over livestock. And you did note here that these are federally protected predators. So we need to go to our higher up legislators so that they will be aware of it. I'm sure they are. But this is federal, and one of the biggest things we face is buzzards. There's no way to control them, and it's hard to live with them. So I just hope that we can get the message to the right people.
Yes, I think those are points well taken, Mr. Chairman. I do envision making sure that this not only is disseminated at the state level, but to our federal representatives in Congress as well. It also covers the jails, the Children's Services Act, and general government issues. There are issues embedded in here regarding land use, septic. It covers a gambit. I'm happy to make, I'm sure Madeline would help me in making this available to anyone that's interested. Once the board adopts an agenda, we should probably put it on the website so that everybody can see it. But I view this document, gentlemen, in a very serious way, because this document needs to be our voice, Franklin County's voice. We don't need to replicate VACO's agenda per se, or Western, Piedmont, the other one's the chamber. We need this to reflect what we know is best for Franklin County and the welfare of our citizens. And I've tried to do that, and just for the record, I had disseminated this over the weekend to make sure that we all have eyes on this in draft form. So whatever the board's pleasure is with regard to adopting a legislative agenda whenever the board sees fit, I will make sure that it is in the right hands before the session starts. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
I don't know about the rest of them, but thank you for your work. And
You're welcome.
I've been looking through it on my computer where you sent it. I'm not through it yet. I'm not ready to mark off on it today. And they're not gonna go into session until like January 13th, 14th, 15th, somewhere on in there, that we can table this until next month. There's a couple places in there that I want to discuss, or probably call you and get you to put some more authority back to county government
Yes.
and take it away from Richmond and
Okay.
Washington. I've always thought that county government was designed to be like a baseball cap, one size fits all, and it doesn't work that way. What works in Franklin County, doesn't necessarily work in Fredericksburg, just like what works in Loudoun County is not gonna work here in Franklin County. And all that, and then there's a couple times for unfunded mandates that I don't like. And I don't know how the rest of you feel about that, but the unfunded mandates. And then, what was it, last year, we had talked about, was it last year or year before last now? Mr. Whitlow, you help me please on that. We had discussed, it had come in, that how much money could been gotten for the county if money had been, more tax had been on the motels and hotels. And then our legislator, Mr. Poindexter, wouldn't back us with it, said it wasn't time for it, or it was the wrong time. Things of that nature. I think the county needs to have more say and not Richmond and the federal government. Cities, I don't know if everybody's aware of that, but a city has got a lot more authority than a county does. It's not right. On certain matters, they got some leeway that a county doesn't have. How did it get that way is what, and I agree with you. I think it's a important document. In the past, maybe we've just been going along somebody else's coattails, and now we're stepping out, and I like that.
Well, I look forward to talking with you, Mr. Thompson. I'd love to take comments from all of you and make, any changes, and I'll get, different iterations of the document back out to you.
Yeah, you're fine. I need to digest it a little more. I read through it
Sure.
briefly, but.
Sure. That's all I've got, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Oh, I did have one more thing. I had brought up last month, and Mr. Cundiff was not with us last month, and we decided to wait and have this discussion this month with respect to whether the board would consider looking at our meeting day and having our work sessions when we need work sessions on a different evening, 5, 6 o'clock in the evening, where we could dedicate, a couple hours on these topics rather than having them rush through in the middle of the afternoon. These days have been very long, all year long for us. We've been here till 10, 11 o'clock at night, getting here at 11 a.m. when we have broadband meetings. It's a very long day, and we owe our citizens our best. We owe them, clear-headed thinking. It's where we're not fatigued. And 10 and 12-hour days on these heavy issues, I think, is not fair. It's not fair to us. It's not fair to the people we represent. So simply said, I would just like to know if the board would entertain looking at maybe if we could meet twice a month, one for work sessions and then one for our business meeting and public hearings.
I agree with Lori on that. I think we do rush through things. I know I'm usually the culprit for that because I like to talk a lot, but I think rushing through some of these work sessions is.
It's hard.
Yeah, I would support that.
Thank you.
I'd like more of the 4 to 6.
Yes, it's my turn to come here. I would support another meeting. I would not support another meeting, 2 meetings a month. I don't think we need it. However, every other month or every third month, I think so. I think that meeting that we do should be dedicated simply to a workshop for business. I don't think we need to have public comments or anything. If we want to do the discussion for the housing, for other things, it should be there. That of course, we open our meeting, with the prayer and the pledge to the flag, but at that point, there's an agenda set up that it goes right straight into the business, not all of that. It goes right into a workshop doing that.
And
I do believe the longevity of these meetings, a lot of it is all of us are, well, I'll have to take some of the blame because you get long-winded sometimes and passionate for a cause.
And we don't want to preclude that. I mean, that's a good thing.
But I'm not sure that for example, with I'm a member of the Roanoke Regional Jail Association. And we don't have a meeting every month, but we do have to have a meeting at least once a quarter. Now, I think here it's necessary for us to have the meeting once a month. At one time, we had a second day set out that month for any other meetings that come. But I certainly think that we have enough business just talking alone that could go to every other month or every third month.
Are you talking about for work sessions?
Yes.
Yeah, that is strictly my proposal, that this would be work sessions that staff would, well, either we direct certain topics that we are interested in, or staff lets us know that there are things that we need to meet on. We can just, have a day a month that is penciled in for potential work sessions like we do with budget. When we set our budget work sessions, it can just be a day that we hold harmless. And if there's something we need to have for work session purposes, we would utilize that date for that. Does that sound okay, Mr. Thompson?
Is what you, I think I'm understanding what you're saying now. That we designate a second day for every month. That doesn't mean we're going to meet it.
Correct.
That does not mean that we will meet that month if we've got that particular day.
For work session purposes.
For the work session.
But our business
But
meeting.
it could go for every other month or something. Okay, I understand what you're saying now, that you're not necessarily endorsing a second meeting every month.
Not needlessly, no.
Understand.
Can I make one comment?
Your turn.
We haven't rushed through our meeting today.
We do what?
We have not rushed through our meeting today.
And we shouldn't rush. And I think the citizens appreciate the fact that we have conversation up here.
No, I'm not, I'm just
I
kind of
know.
making a joke.
I know. But I just wanted to see what the board thought.
Okay, down on this end. Any comments?
Yes, sir. I'm bloated with them.
Okay.
Okay, a second meeting might be okay, but the thing of it is, look at the expense of it. Number one, when I'm here today, I'm here today. Let's get it all done in one day. I don't have to bring back a lawyer. I don't have to bring back the police department, which I appreciate being here. I don't have to bring back none of this stuff. So you got to look at the expense of doing another meeting. And I'm just not up for it. Now, if I got to stay till midnight tonight, let's stay till midnight tonight. But I can't see coming back in and rehashing over stuff that we've discussed. Like I said, I look at the expense of it. Like I said, county administrator, lawyer, the other people that have to follow in these meetings. I think it's just a big expense, and I think we just need to do it in one night and be done with it. And if somebody wants to call me the next day, I'll take time, listen to them, talk to them on the phone. But that's me. That's me.
Any comments?
I get tired in these long meetings, and I'm younger than some of you guys, but I get worn out, and it's too much piled into one day. And I agree with some of the comments Ronnie made. And like today, we've got, 2 or 3 more public hearings this evening after our closed session meeting. And I just don't always feel my sharpest after piling all this into one busy, hectic day. But I'll go along with the consensus of the board.
That's where I'm at. I agree that we're not at our best when we get some of these long days, and we owe it to our citizens to make sure that when we do address the subject that we do give it 100%. Now, with having this extra day, I'm going to be honest with you, it's for our work, and it's hard for me to schedule a second day, but I will make it work the best I can. But I can see where a second day, having the option of a second day would be beneficial. And that's not to say that we still don't have a work session on our regular business, on our regular meeting day, if it's something that can be contained and stay within a reasonable amount of time. But now, when we get here, and most of us get here around noon to 12:30, and by the time you go through all these public hearings, especially come budget time, when we're here at 10 o'clock, 10:30 at night, I'm going to tell you, I'm not giving it 100% at that point in time. But if we can, if we can work through a normal business day and be out of here at a reasonable hour, then I say we should keep it to 1. But if it needs to go over, then schedule the work sessions to that second day. I like having that option.
We can have an option. I'm personally not against it. But what's going to be the criteria for calling the second meeting?
Can we ask Mr. Whitlow for his feedback on this? Mr. Whitlow, would you mind commenting?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, yeah, just a few comments here in the feedback from the board. A couple of thoughts. One being, if there is a second scheduled meeting for specific to work sessions, meaning whether it's a budget work session, a work session on housing, a work session that maybe I'm not aware of that the board wants us to spend more time on, as an example, tourism or, a specific topic, transportation, schools, a host of different things. And of course, setting that's certainly the pleasure of the board in terms of how they would expect staff to, to put that agenda together for that work session. As noted, if a day is identified and on the calendar, but there is no business from the board, there is no work session to be had, then that month, I guess the board would not have a work session. If there was a month, if the date's on the calendar and there is a work session or a specific topic that the board would like staff to spend time on, certainly the board could ask us to do it on that specific date. In terms of the time of the meeting, that's the pleasure of the board. If it's, later in the afternoon, as opposed to midday, if that accommodates schedules, again, those are probably some things that you all would need to discuss, but, hopefully that was helpful from our standpoint, but staff stands ready to assist ever how the board wants to move forward.
Just a thought. With us meeting the third Tuesday, would you want to have those work sessions before the board meetings in case there's something we want to discuss? Or would that be premature to discuss?
Mr. Chairman, that's a good point. It's a good thought. As an example, right now, the board meets the third Tuesday of the month. In terms of space, the first Tuesday of the month, at least this room and overflow rooms are reserved by the first Tuesday by the Board of Zoning Appeals, the second Tuesday Planning Commission, the third Tuesday the Board of Supervisors. It may be, whether it doesn't necessarily have to be on a Tuesday, it may be a Thursday afternoon. On the fourth or the first Thursday of each month would be 2 weeks prior to your Tuesday board meeting, to your regular meeting. If you are looking to have more in-depth information from the county in a work session from staff, if that's had that first Thursday of the month, by the third Tuesday of the month, maybe you would have had that work session, and if there's a follow-up action item from that work session, that's just an example of how it could possibly work. Yes. But your point's well made, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Question. If we have a meeting, does the press have to be there?
Yes, sir. It doesn't have to be there, but
there you go.
Well,
that's right.
Anytime this board meets, it has to be an open meeting.
Absolutely.
That's correct.
Well, I'm just saying expense.
Well, I think it's important to know, and I understand what you're saying, Mr. Cunniff, and agree with you. There's a cost there. But just because it's there on that first Thursday, doesn't mean we've got to have a meeting. Doesn't necessarily mean, it just means that if there is something that we want to discuss, and we would probably, That would probably be determined at like this meeting. We need to do that on a Thursday meeting or something. If you feel like we didn't put enough time in it, that's how I see it. I don't see us meeting every first Thursday, for example. I don't see that.
I guess I would have a question for our attorney. Would we be discussing board issues before they were on the agenda? And what I'm saying is, if there was a discussion about something was going to be on the agenda, would it be something we could discuss before the board meeting?
As long as you had an agenda for the work session, yes.
Okay.
And you would just put it on that agenda. And I would add, for Mr. Cundiff's benefit, that I usually don't attend work sessions, and I don't want to, I certainly don't want to be where I'm not invited.
I'm glad you got that mask on.
6 to 1, right? 6 to 1?
All right, let's just do an agenda if we want to do, if there's a necessity of having a second meeting, that we could do so, if everybody's willing. And I think that sometimes with these, there may be a time that all of the board wouldn't be present.
Let me ask the question. I'm curious about this now. This is for you, Jim. Can we actually arbitrarily set another day now for example, the first Thursday? Or does that have to wait and be done in our January organization meeting?
Well, you can always set a special meeting.
Yeah, we can do what we want.
And then in your January meeting, you could set those as regular meetings as well.
Just confirm it as a.
Yeah, and just have 2 a month. And, you know, based on what I observed, it's not every time that you have the need for a work session.
Right.
And if you have your work sessions early in the month and you don't need them, I mean, it's going to put a little more pressure on staff to try and figure out which ones are the items that you're going to need work sessions on. But, I know they can do it. And you could have you could have it set up so that you could have the work session on items that you know we're going to take, whether it be the bond things that we talked about, especially important budget time, things like that. We've had zoning, that we've done in with work sessions and the like. So there's a number of things that we've done. It could have been done in a separate meeting as the work session. And a lot of other localities do it that way.
Right.
And, all joking aside, oftentimes there's no need for the county attorney to be there because there's no action that's going to be taken. No, you're not going to go into closed meeting. You're not going to have action taken. So there's, you kind of get a skeleton crew from staff and the like because it's just going to be the people who are connected to the particular issue.
And Mr. Chairman, we could try this next year, and if it's not working out, it's nothing that we can't change.
I understand that.
Yeah. I just want the board to be happy.
And it's simple. If you don't have any business, don't have a meeting.
That's right, that's
And
right.
So that's, are we okay with the consensus that if there is a need, we can have a second meeting? And I don't know whether we need to set a date.
I would suggest we do,
Okay.
Yeah, that's in December.
so that there's an expectation with staff particularly, in terms of, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, if it helps the board in scheduling, that certainly staff, can work with Madeline to reach out to each of you individually as to what day and what time of the day may work best. Certainly if the board felt the need to have a work session, I know that we have the holidays coming up in December. I guess the first focus really, we have to follow back up with each of you regarding the rescheduling of the joint meeting with the school board.
Yeah.
So perhaps that can take place in December again, not knowing the school board's schedule or the board's schedule yet. And then maybe at the organizational meeting on January the 4th, we have that, unless there's a specific, or come back to you at your December 15 meeting with the possibilities perhaps of possible times for that day of the work session.
Mr. Whitlow,
Whatever works best for the board.
but with regard to the rescheduled work session with the schools, I'm not sure that we're going to be able to meet due to the protocol with both boards and staff.
I think you're likely correct with the current numbers and situation.
Yeah.
I think that's what I was getting ready to say. I think all of this that we're talking about needs to happen, but I'm thinking due to what's going on, plus the holidays coming up, that we all probably need to think about starting, maybe hopefully in January or something. I don't think it's gonna happen. I mean, we're only talking a month, Christmas, and it's right there at it.
If,
It's not, I think if we stop and look at it at the way we're looking at it, other than the fact that potential saying that it's gonna be such and such a day at such and such a time, other than that, I don't think it's gonna be anything any different than what we're doing already. It's just,
okay.
these gentlemen over here that are working, as far as I'm concerned, from my thing with Tim, if you've got a floating schedule where you like work daylight this week and daylight next week, if you know what that is ahead of time and you submit today, the afternoon, Mike gets off of work, it closes his store at 5 o'clock or something.
Well, if we're
That can all
okay,
be determined.
if we're okay with that, then I'll ask that, if there's no other discussion, that we'll enter into closed session.
I haven't done my other matters yet.
Pardon?
I haven't finished my other matters yet.
Yes, sir.
Thank y'all for allowing Ms. Pugh to come and talk about Help Save the Next Girl. I think it's really important that we help that program any way we can. When we start talking budgets first year, Mr. Whitlow, would you make a note, maybe we could talk about, like $500, $1,000 to that organization to maybe sponsor like a dinner where Ms. Pugh and her girls, we can have like a board of supervisors sponsored event with her. Is that something we can talk about in budget next year?
Yeah, what I would say, Mr. Mitchell, is we have a process in the finance office for out of nonprofits and agencies that can apply and so forth. So our finance, if you get us, and we probably have Ms. Pugh's contact information, we can send the application, they fill out an
Perfect.
application and so forth.
Thank you.
And we'll get that in the process.
Thank you for explaining that to me. So I mentioned a couple of things. I think I've got to get general consensus for the board so I can let the Black Lives Matter movement of chapter of Franklin County, if we can ask county administrator and Madeline if there's an evening that they could host their meeting here next month. I would need the general consensus of the board on that.
Would you repeat that, please?
The Black Lives Matter would like to have a meeting here. It's not going to be a every month thing. They just want to get together and have a meeting at our county building next month.
The building closes at 5.
I understand. And I can explain it to them. We don't have to, I guess we don't have to make a decision on that tonight, but I think, let me see if I can get a specific date and time and let them, and then we can get back to them.
That's what the Franklin Center's for.
Okay. I'll mention that to them too.
Library's got a room,
Okay.
Well,
and they're open
that's,
till like 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock.
I'm just passing on what they asked me to ask, that's all. If we can, so I'll mention that to them. I need to get a date and a time, I guess. I might be a little premature on that, but let me get back with them on that, and then maybe we can talk about it at next month's meeting.
okay.
All right. The biggest thing I want to talk about today, there's a couple of things I'm not going to go into because of time, but I try to make it a point to talk to my deputies when I'm out and about running calls with them as much as I can, kind of check the morale. I talk to Major Sigmund all the time, see how things are. And a couple of things that have been brought to my attention are the concerns that our sheriff's office and deputies have as far as funding, with what the governor's talking about with the reform. And, you know, he's talking about reform, but a lot of people are calling it defunding. Whatever you want to call it, I think it's important for this board to let our sheriff's office know that we support them 100%. If Richmond were to cut funding to our sheriff's office, however much that may be, I'll let you guys know. I'll be the first supervisor to suggest a tax raise to make up the difference. I don't think you guys should be out there worried about this right now. You guys are doing a great job for our county. I admire you for it. And I'll be the first one to stick my neck out and suggest whatever we have to do to make up the difference. And it's also been brought to my attention, I've mentioned this one other time before, we have deputies that pay as much as $300 a year for insurance to protect them against their qualified immunity. Am I saying that right? If they lose their qualified immunity if Richmond takes that away from our law enforcement, what are we going to do? What are we going to do for them? I've been talking about this for several months with the sheriff to come back with some ideas. And as far as I know, he hasn't brought anything back yet, has he? I mean, I know, County Attorney, you've mentioned something about, and it might be worth mentioning it again while we have some deputies here to hear it, but you said that they're protected. What did you tell me? I don't mean to put you on the spot, but there was something about.
The state operates the Division of Risk Management through the Department of Treasury, and that provides insurance for deputies.
Okay.
I don't understand the issue.
Well, I just don't like the fact that our deputies have their own insurance policies to protect them if someone tries to sue them, and if they lose their qualified immunity.
There's still insurance.
Protected by code. What is that? What's the code? I've got it at home that in the line of duty, they're covered by amended state statute.
State statute.
Yeah.
PRM is created by the state statute through the Department of Treasury.
All right, so being a state statute, can Richmond change that?
We can change any statute on it.
That's why I'm asking.
Take away insurance. Listen. Who's in the general assembly? Plaintiff's lawyer. Right? They're not going to do away with insurance.
Okay.
That's the nose on the spot your face.
Okay, well.
If they're going to get rid of qualified immunity, they're going to add to the insurance. They think there's more money there.
So is that the reason behind all this?
A skeptic might suggest. He's been doing this for 30 years.
I might need some more education from you.
I got sued one time, Ronnie, as a policeman.
Okay.
I got sued as a policeman, and then I got sued vicariously as a supervisor. The state paid my entire bill.
Okay. I think it's worth maybe educating our deputies on that. If the funding does get cut, I think we need to make a bold statement that we're going to be there to make up the difference, whatever we have to do. I think it's really important for the morale and the mental aspect of it for our deputies right now, because they are worried about it.
We're not going to let our sheriff's department down.
No.
I'm going to add this to our legislative agenda, making some statement about law enforcement funding and supportive resources. And I'll put a statement there and you guys can look at it.
Thank you.
I think the board passed that last month.
Passed.
A statement that asked the legislature not to do away with law.
All I'm saying is I'm just going to incorporate it in the legislative agenda as well.
Yeah. I mean, you've got the backing of the board on it.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, can I make one quick statement before we go into
Yes, sir.
brief? We have a problem at the Blackwater dumpster site on 220. It is unsightly every weekend. Every Sunday morning I go by there, it's perfectly clean. By Sunday evening, it looks like a garbage heap. There's couches, mattresses, you name it, scattered everywhere. We need to move forward with the fixing of the Grassy Hill dumpster site so we can close that eyesore on 220. That is the gateway to our community, and every person that travels up and down 220 sees that. And I know Don's crew has to get out there and manually clean all that mess up Sunday night or Monday morning, and we have got to get a handle on that situation and move forward. I just want to make the board and staff aware of this situation, and I've been observing it for several months, and that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if not, the Franklin County Board of Supervisors will motion to enter into a closed meeting in accordance with 2.2-3711A1, personnel discussion of appointments to county boards and commissions. A29, discussion of the term of a public contract where discussion in public would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the county in regards to a potential boundary adjustment with a neighboring county of the Code of Virginia as amended. So we need a vote to go into closed session.
I make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Second? I'll second it.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson. Supervisor Condit.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Tito. And Chairman Mitchell.
Yes. So we are in closed session. on the Virginia Freedom of Information Act were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session to which this certification applies, and only such business matters as were identified in the motion of this closed session were convened, were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting to which this certification applies. We need a vote on that. Okay. We made a motion that wasn't anything discussed other than what was in the,
I'll make that motion.
Second.
okay. Would you poll the board, please?
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson? Supervisor Kyle?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
And Chairman Mitchell?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and we'll recess for a previously advertised public hearing. And let me find my glasses. And this application is for a special use permit, and it's attachment number 12.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you mentioned, this first public hearing is regarding a special use permit for Dennis and Susan Sigmund, who are the applicants and owners of property at 2020 Altus Mill Road, the very end of Altus Mill Road. It's identified as tax parcel 044-001-9026B as in boy. And this request is for a special use permit for short-term rental of a dwelling. And the property is, was currently being used for that purpose. The owners were notified by the Commissioner of Revenue's office that the use they were using it for was considered a short-term rental and required a special use permit. The owners contacted the Planning and Zoning Office to start that application process immediately, and that's what brings us to this public hearing tonight. The area of the home is proposed to be used as just the basement part, so it's not the entire home that's being requested. Typically, we will see requests to rent the entire home, although last month you did have one that was similar to this in a basement location. So the rental unit, the portion that would be rented consists of one bedroom, one bathroom, and a kind of a dinette living area in the basement. The owners indicate that currently it has smoke alarms and fire extinguishers, and that there are 2 exits from this area. I'll just point out that, you know, part of our requirements, if this is approved, would be that they have to meet all those requirements of the building department and the fire marshal's office, which may be more than what they currently have there. Property is in a semi-private location. It's on about 6.5 acres, a wooded lot. The property does border the river at the bottom portion of the property. And as I stated earlier, it was being used for this purpose for about 1 to 2 months, and then when they were notified that they needed a special use permit, they discontinued that use pending the outcome of the short-term rental. So this is the location here, identified here in the county, kind of just outside of the town. As I said, kind of towards the end of Altus Mill Road, which is a state maintained road. This is just past the end of the state maintenance. This is an aerial photograph, so this is the structure. State maintenance is roughly in this area, and then it extends down a private road to their driveway here into this property. And as I mentioned earlier, the river borders the property here at the lower end of the property. So in the staff report in your packet, I'll just point out a few of the things that were identified that, as I said earlier, this is on about 6.5 acres of property towards at the end of Altus Mill Road. It is a pretty wooded lot, and again, this is a portion of the dwelling is being requested to be used for short-term rental. Due to the size of the lot, location of the dwelling, they do have on-site parking. It's not expected to have an adverse impact on surrounding properties. The comp plan does support an objective to promote and expand tourism in the county, and so in the application package, The owners have said, when people come and when we have renters, we encourage them to use the local businesses and restaurants and so forth in the area. As I mentioned earlier, the building official and fire marshal, if this is approved, would have to inspect on an annual basis and make sure that all the safety requirements that the county requires are being met. This matter was heard before the Planning Commission, and there were 2 speakers that spoke in opposition to the request at that meeting. There were several others there at that meeting but didn't speak. You should have in your packet, you should have some letters and a petition that are signed by many property owners along that road in that neighborhood who have voiced objection to the proposal. The Planning Commission, at their regular meeting, they did vote to deny the special use permit by a 6-1 vote. And I will be happy to answer any questions that you may have of me. I know the Sigmunds are here outside the room and will come in and speak, as well as I think there's a couple speakers signed up to speak as well.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sandy, I know the Planning Commission makes site visits, correct?
That's correct.
Were you all able to go into this dwelling?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So we don't know about any internal compliance issues?
Not at this time. So if, as I said, if it is approved, the building official and fire marshal would go in and make sure that it meets all the safety requirements. And that would have to do with exits and an appropriate dwelling unit that we've talked about before. You have to have egress from a dwelling or from a bedroom, those sorts of things, as well as the fire extinguishers and smoke detectors and those kind of things.
Was that part of the Planning Commission's denial that they could not fully evaluate the application?
No, I don't think so. I think in the end, because of a lot of the information they got from the surrounding neighborhood, that I think they felt there was an impact to the neighborhood.
Okay.
And I will say that the one dissenting vote felt like that they weren't necessarily land use concerns that they were hearing. Some of those had to do with, and you may see that in the packet, is that these renters may bring COVID to the area. Was some of the objections, hunting, that they would come and do hunting, they would trespass. Traffic was another thing, that this would generate a lot of traffic on the road and make it unsafe.
Okay, thank you.
Those sort of comments, and I think you'll see some of those in the packet of information as well.
I did.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Sandy.
Mr. Sandy, I have one question. This property is not on the state-maintained road, is that correct?
Just past the end of state maintenance, correct. So roughly 100 feet past state maintenance, they go into down a private drive onto this driveway to this dwelling.
Okay, thank you.
Can you put that mat back up here, Mr. Sandy?
Sure, the aerial?
Yes,
This one?
thank you.
Mhm.
Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, I'll close the, Mr. Sandy, and is there anyone else that wishes to speak to this issue?
Yes, sir. Mr. and Mrs. Sigmund are coming first.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good afternoon. In preparation for our meeting
Could you
tonight,
give your name and address,
Dennis
please?
Sigmund.
And I'm Susan Sigmund.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Okay. In preparation for our meeting tonight, we would like to share with you the following. Dear board members and neighbors, proactive steps that we have taken to resolve problems that were brought to our attention at our last meeting, October 13th, 2020, with the Planning Commission. We hope to bring resolution and resolve to the outcome of this meeting tonight. We have actively written a letter to all of our neighbors that had signed the petition underlying answers to our neighbors' questions and concerns. In the letter, we corrected any of the misinformation, details made on the petition that were a cause for concern and doubt from our neighbors. We actively gave our neighbors a copy of what is in our advertising of the short-term rental on our property and details. We actively gave our neighbors a copy of our house rules and details. We actively reached out by way of letter to our board of directors about the same of the details of the last October 13th meeting. Our board members received the same proactive information that we gave to our neighbors. We have actively expressed to our board members that we felt we were voted against because of misinformation on the petition that was originally assigned. We're asking for a chance to comply with Franklin County regulations, permits, and registrations. We have actively registered with the Planning Committee August the 10th, 2020, paid $255 for a planning review. We have a $1 million liability insurance certificate. We have a septic tank certificate. We have actively paid our monthly transit occupancy tax to Commissioner Revenue.
Okay, thank you, sir. I don't, do y'all have anyone have any questions? Are we good? No. Okay. We thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on this item?
Good evening. My name's Kathy Brown, and I am a neighbor off of Altus Mill Road. And actually, there were 19 of us out in the hallway tonight. The Sigmunds did send all of us a letter, and they state that they only have 2 guests. Well, more than 2 guests have been seen in the cul-de-sac. They state that they have local and people from Virginia, and the folks are verified and can't stay unless they have good reviews. When you rent through Airbnb or VRBO, you can be anywhere in the United States or the world, and no one verifies that the renter has good reviews. They state that property wasn't advertised for camping, hiking, or kayaking, when it was actually advertised for rafting, canoeing, fishing, hiking, tent camping, swimming, and picnic. And that's on the bottom of one of those pictures that was gave to the other board. They state that they believe that no harm will come to us neighbors. When you are renting, you have no clue where your guests are going, stopping, or when they are returning to your property. And that's off of things that came from the letter that they sent out to all of us neighbors. And my answers to statements that was in there.
Okay, well, we thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak?
I think the sheriff's office is checking outside.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing and open it up for board discussion.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, based on what I've read in the report and the 6-1 vote by the Planning Commission, I move we deny. I find that such use will be of substantial detriment to adjacent property, that the character of the zoning district will be changed thereby, and that such will not be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code, with uses permitted by right in the zoning district and with public health, safety, general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to recommend that we deny this request for special use permit.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. And Madam Clerk, would you poll the board, please?
Yes, sir. Was that Ronald Mitchell that seconded?
Yes, ma'am.
Just wanted to confirm.
And if you would read the motion again, please.
I don't have all of the specific language that Mr. Supervisor Carter just read, but I do have what was in the transmittal in our board packet. Would that suffice, Supervisor Carter?
Yes, ma'am.
So on the motion made by Supervisor Carter, that to deny special use permit, finding that required information to the submitted petition, would be of detriment to the surrounding neighbors, and that was seconded by Supervisor Mitchell.
Okay, would you poll the board, please?
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson?
Yes.
Supervisor Clinton?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Taylor?
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and our next is tab number 13. And I'll open the public hearing for applicants of Daniel Short and Zoe Short requesting a special use permit to allow for the construction of a secondary dwelling for an immediate family member on approximately 3.3 acres, currently zoned RC1. And so, Mr. Sandy, if you will bring us a report.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this is another public hearing for a special use permit. This one is a little different. The request here, under our zoning ordinance, we allow an additional dwelling on a property for a family member, immediate family member, but only by special use permit. And so that's what makes this request a little different than the previous one for short-term rentals. This is not a short-term rental. This is strictly for an immediate family member. And this property, as you mentioned, is zoned RC1 in the Union Hall District. The Shorts are requesting the special use permit to build a second dwelling for their mother, for Mrs. Short's mother. They have no intention to rent or lease this property. They just want a place to have her as an in-law property, if you will, on the same site. It would be a separate building, and so that's why the reason they need the special use permit approval from the Board of Supervisors. Again, this is not a short-term rental, and in fact, RC1 zoning does not allow short-term rentals, so that couldn't legally happen with this unit anyway. The proposed dwelling is kind of a ranch, one-story kind of dwelling, because again, it is for an aging parent, about 1,000 square feet. And it does have 2 bedrooms, and part of that is if other family members come to visit, to have an extra bedroom when they come visit mom or grandma at this particular dwelling. Vicinity map showing the property here on the lake off of Fox Chase Road. And again, this is the property here. This is the existing house that the Shorts live in, and the proposed structure would be just here, kind of on the roadside, but still a pretty good distance from the roadway, not really visible from the roadway because of the amount of trees on the property and the topography of the site. Low-density residential is the category for this property, and it does allow a density of 1 to 2 dwellings per acre that are served by state maintained roads. As I mentioned, this lot is wooded, especially along the road. And this lot is 3.38 acres. And so there didn't appear that this would have any substantial impact on adjacent properties. There were no comments that were received at the Planning Commission's public hearing. When we did do the site visit with the Planning Commission, Mrs. Short had mentioned that she had reached out to her neighbors and talked to them. In fact, I think some in the neighboring subdivision had inquired thinking it would be short-term rental. She was able to address those concerns. And again, there were no public speakers present at our meeting before the Planning Commission. So the Planning Commission did recommend approval by a 7-0 vote with 3 conditions. Basically, the first one just saying this is for an immediate family member of whoever occupies the other home. Short-term and long-term rentals would be prohibited, again, because this use is intended only for an immediate family member. And then they are actually going to get a separate drain field for this location, for this dwelling to be served by that. And of course, that will have to get the approval of the health department. So those are the three conditions. I don't believe Ms. Short is here. I think she actually came, but I think she was told the meeting was closed, so she went home. So she sent me an email. I said, I would let you know that. She didn't avoid the meeting. She did come, but didn't realize she would have an opportunity to speak. So I'll be happy to try to answer any questions that I can on her behalf or related to any of the zoning requirements that you might have.
Mr. Chairman, would this be the appropriate time to maybe ask Mr. Sandy about a fourth condition for consideration by the board?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Sandy,
Yes, ma'am.
would you find it appropriate for me to suggest that we have a fourth condition added that articulates that E&S and stormwater determinations and installation must be made prior to the CO being issued?
Okay, just to ensure that all those requirements are being met
Yes.
prior to the CO.
Yeah, because obviously this is a separate dwelling. And I know that, those issues, I would rather know that they're taken care of before the CO is issued and they're good to go.
Sure.
If you find that to be an appropriate condition.
Sure, we can make that a condition that they will have to comply with the requirements for the erosion sediment control and stormwater.
And
Thank
I think Lori's got a good point there. With that house being where you pointed to on the map, make sure that the roof water is piped below the neighbor's house, so it's not dumping on the neighbor's house. I see it all the time.
Okay.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
And I don't think anyone has signed up, but we may check.
I'll ask, does anyone who used to speak on Daniel Short's request? Okay, I'll close the public hearing and I'll open it for the Board of Supervisors discussion.
Mr. Chairman, judging by the overwhelming planning commissions give the A's to it, want to do it, and I think we pretty well covered the 4 restrictions or application, how you want to do it. I think we should issue the special use permit to Mr. Shorts, Ms. Shorts, because I think it's admirable that they want to build a place for her or his mother and looking after.
Okay, so that's the reason for the second home.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that's specifically allowed within the code
Yeah.
for that very reason.
And there was no neighbors, Steve, that were, okay.
Is that a motion?
That's the motion, yes.
And we do have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any more discussion?
No, sir.
Okay. If you'll read the motion.
Yes, sir. So on a motion made by Supervisor Condit to approve the special use permit of Daniel and Julie Short, finding that it will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property, and that the charter of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code, with the uses permitted by right in the zoning district, and with the public health, safety, and general welfare of the community. Supervisor Condit moves to recommend approval for the applicant's request with the 3 conditions that were suggested by the planning commission, and the addition of a 4th condition by Supervisor Smith tonight, which was to add the stormwater and E&S conditions, taking into consideration Supervisor Mitchell's note about the runoff water. And Supervisor Tatum second.
Okay.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson?
Yes.
Supervisor Condit?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to our next public hearing for applicant of David Kingery, applicant with Windy Gap Properties, Owners Association. Owners requesting a special use permit for allow for a storage yard on an approximately 28.12 acre property currently zoned A1 in an agricultural district. Mr. Sandy?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. one more special use permit to consider tonight. As you mentioned, this is the Windy Gap Property Owners Association request for a storage lot. And just to be clear, there's already a storage lot there. This is a storage lot that the community has used for some time, but it never had a special use permit. It actually predated the special use permit requirement, but they've come in requesting the special use permit for this use, part of which is so it's clear to all the homeowners what those requirements are for use of that storage facility. So I think over the years, maybe some of that had been abused as far as what was being able to be stored there. There were a number of cars that had kind of been left there for many years and were not removed. And so we initially received complaints about the condition of some of the vehicles that were there, and the condition of the lot had kind of turned into. That's where we got involved in the process. And so the association is coming forward kind of voluntarily, really, to clean up the site, which they've already cleaned up a number of the vehicles, and basically, get this something that's approved by the county and legitimized, if you will, in the eyes of the Property Owners Association. So as I said, they've begun the process to remove those vehicles already. This property is right off of 116, so the storage lot is, the access to it is right off 116, right at Windy Gap Mountain. It's a large parcel that's in question here. However, the storage lot is really just this part here. It's about 2 or 3 acres right at the intersection with 116 is the only part that we're really speaking of here. And you can see here by the map, there's some storage of vehicles in here from past that have been there before. Again, several of those have been moved. A lot of the junk ones have been taken out. But they're looking to legalize, if you will, that use on the property. So it is a heavily wooded site. Most people probably traveling down 116 don't even realize it's there. It does sit off the road a pretty good ways, so it's hard to see. Hopefully, if you're on 116, you're paying attention to Windy Gap Road. But there is an access there off of 116, and again, this storage yard has been used to store boats, RVs, recreational vehicles, a jet ski, those kind of things, similar to what we see a lot at the lake communities where they have a storage lot. I think the difference here is it started collecting a lot of automobiles, and so that was one of the main differences here. But they do want the ability to temporarily store automobiles on the property, and you'll see that when I get to the conditions. Their covenants and restrictions have a clause in there about not parking on the street. So when people have parties or they have guests for a weekend or things like that, they want an opportunity to be able to have those cars temporarily parked in the storage lot and then removed. And so you'll see in the conditions that we have an allowance for that. The Planning Commission heard this and found that it would not be a substantial detriment on the surrounding properties. There was one public comment received at the public hearing. So the Planning Commission did recommend approval by a vote of 7-0, limiting that use to just that 3 acres there right off of 116. The storage on the property would be limited to personal boats, watercraft, RVs, trailers. All those things should be in good operable condition, have current registration and current inspection. Nothing allowed within the setbacks, so we have nothing encroaching on 116. The area will be fenced and gated, which it already actually is, but they'll allow public safety to have access to that. They'll maintain an existing buffer, 100-foot buffer around the property. They'll do a minor site plan. And then number 6 is the one that I mentioned earlier, is that the Planning Commission actually added at the request of the Property Owners Association was we want the flexibility that someone could park a car there temporarily. Otherwise, the conditions don't really allow for cars to be stored there. It's really personal, recreational type vehicles, boats, RVs, and so forth. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. I think Mr. Kinger may be here. No, not here? Okay.
What was the one public comment you got, Steve?
I think the one public comment that was referred to there, I don't remember. I'm sorry. I'm drawing drawing a blank. I don't think it was in opposition. I think it was more an inquiry about, we already have this storage lot in the subdivision. Why are we getting a special use permit, if I remember correctly, from one of the residents? And I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly off the top of my head what that comment was.
Mr. Sandy, with the, this being limited to the 3 acres, do any of these conservation areas come in directly to play with this, with the 3 acres? I mean, are there conservation area concerns?
For this area?
Well, yeah, with this overall request.
Not with this specific area, because this area is flat. And then
Okay.
once you get past that 3 acres is where it drops off. And that's part of the reason why we wanted to make sure it's contained in that flat area.
Okay.
That's already fenced and that area that's already kind of disturbed.
So no impact?
So there's no additional disturbance
Okay.
that's going to happen with this request.
Okay. So runoff with stormwater off an impervious space is an issue?
There is no pavement.
Oh, there, okay.
There is no pavement.
Okay, I've not been out there, so.
Yeah, it's not paved.
Okay.
There's probably a little bit of runoff because it is, some of it's probably packed,
Right.
packed gravel, but it is not paved. And
Okay.
it's not proposed to be paved.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Sandy, I have a question. Is this a paid rent lot?
Strictly for the homeowners association.
Strictly for the homeowners
So
association?
nobody that lives outside of the homeowners association would store their
So-
vehicles or.
So just the homeowner association have access to this?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. And again, it's similar to a lot of them we see at the lake, because a lot of those communities, we saw one a couple months ago off of Morewood.
Does this set
Because
up,
they don't allow people to store their boats in the driveway and their camper in the driveway, they want to have a spot where people can keep those.
does this set up if something happens, like a diesel tank ruptures or gas tank ruptures or something leaks oil like crazy, is there any type of protection against that?
Not really. I mean, other than that, all those vehicles need to be operable. So I think the assumption here is that they're going to be moved in and out. They're not going to stay there for a long time where they're, going to get in a condition where they might be a hazard.
I'm encouraged that, they say that public safety can tour the lot.
Yeah, and that's a public safety comment that they've been issuing on some of these recently is, if there was an incident, whether it's a spill or a fire, that they need to get access in there.
Okay.
And so we're carrying that condition forward.
Thanks, sir.
Any others? Okay. I'll ask, does anyone wish to speak to the application of David Kingery? Okay. All righty. So I'll close the public hearing and open it for board discussion.
No one has anything, I'll make a motion that we accept this as proposed. This is the first time I've heard anything about it. When I got my board, just like you, your packet, just like you, so I haven't heard anything, yay or nay. I do know for a fact that that lot has been there for years. It's been grown up, and what I'm thinking they're doing is cleaning it up, because I don't know how they're gonna get any more cars or trucks in there because of all the weeds and trees that's in there. You couldn't see the thing from the road anyway. So
I'll
I make a
second it.
motion that we move forward with the proposed for letting them clean it up and go in there.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, I want to address Mr. Mitchell's. I found the note of who spoke. So it was a gentleman named Tom Bragg who spoke at the meeting, and his question was, if the homeowner association starts requiring everybody to remove their vehicles out of there, that they're going to end up at people's houses in the subdivision. So he was concerned that if the homeowners association goes in and says, all these cars that have been sitting there for 20 years now have to be removed, his comment was that they're going to end up in people's yards. But the covenants and restrictions of the subdivision won't allow that, was the response from the homeowners association. So they're going to have to either fix them or take them somewhere else, off-site. So just wanted to let you know what they.
Thank you. If y'all remember, in our last broadband meeting, we were talking, I had put Windy Gap on the site up there, and Chantel wouldn't go up there because they have all their utilities underground.
and they wouldn't change that to put anything above ground. So they got a pretty tight homeowners association up there, so I don't think they're gonna be nothing to come back. That's as much as they just want broadband, and they said no.
All right, if you'd read the motion, please.
Yes, sir. On the motion made by Supervisor Thompson to recommend approval of the applicant's request for a special use permit for the storage yard in accordance with section 25-179 of the zoning ordinance with the 6 conditions recommended by the planning commission, which are in your packet, and that was seconded by Supervisor Cunningham.
Okay, if you'd poll the board, please.
Yes, sir. Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson?
Yes.
Supervisor Cunningham?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
And Chairman Mitchell?
Yes.
Thank you.
And our next public hearing is application of Timmy Reed, applicant, and Timothy Reed, Alan Mullins, Steve Williamson, L.T. McGee, Donald Muldinger, Dorr, Michael Hoots, David Arrington, Tom Stab, and the Bank of Botetourt. Owners requesting to amend proffer number 6 of an existing rezone that was granted in November 15th, 2005. So, Mr. Sandy, if you'd bring us up to date.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. This is another public hearing, but it's a little bit different than what we've been talking about in the first 3. This one is categorized as an application to rezone because we're talking about changing a proffered condition of a previously approved rezoning. And more specifically, this is in the Lake Watch development, which is along Route 122 in the Gills Creek District. Specifically addressing proffer number 6, which has to do with the landscape berm that is along Route 122 along the entire frontage of Lake Watch. And so that's why you see those number of different property owners, because there's 11 to 13 different properties along the frontage of Lake Watch that all have a piece of that berm that runs along there. And so the original approval goes back to 2005, I think was November 15th, 2005. At that time, the developer, Trey Park, made a number of proffered conditions, but one of them specifically regarding the berm, that there would be a berm installed along Route 122, and that berm would be landscaped, and it would be 10 feet plus or minus in height. That berm was installed nearly 15 years ago, back around 2005, 2006. However, if you go by there today, you can see it's kind of overgrown. It hasn't been well maintained. A lot of that has to do with the fact that the developer went bankrupt, and in 2015, that property was auctioned off to different individuals. Again, the reason we have several different property owners now that own parts of this property. And the current property owners now are the ones that approached us and approached the county about what is the opportunity we have here to reduce the height of this berm. The berm, according to them, the berm is unsightly, the berm is hard to maintain, and the berm affects their businesses and their ability to sell property in the Lake Watch community. So in Lake Watch, it's a planned commercial district. So there's commercial development up on the front portion along 122. As you go back down the main road, there's the YMCA, there's cottage homes. As you get further back in there, there's lakefront homes. Then there's another whole section that's off-water lots. We also have an area where we have a collection site. So it's several hundred acres of development with various types of housing and commercial development. That development has not built out. It's probably less than 50% built out at this point. More of the residential is built out than the commercial. And so, again, a lot of these new property owners that purchased in 2015 feel like part of the reason they're not able to generate business or potentially sell some of those business properties up front is because of the berm. So whereas I think the berm initially was intended to be a asset to the community, to the development. I think now it's looked at as really being a negative to the development from the business owner's perspective. Their proposal is to allow that berm to be reduced down to as low as 2 feet. They still propose that berm would have landscaping, but they want to kind of open it up a little bit so it's the businesses are a little more visible from 122. So again, going back to the kind of the intent of why we're here is they've asked to modify that condition and replace it with a new condition that would address their desires of being able to reduce that. And so again, this is the Lake Watch community out here on 122 as you're heading towards Hales Ford Bridge. This highlights just the one parcel there, but it actually pertains to all these parcels along the frontage. Again, this kind of outlines all those parcels. So the berm really runs along pretty much the entire length of this development to the end here. And so you've got places like Bank of Botetourt that's here, that's been there for a while, right on the corner, and Bojangles here. But a lot of these other properties, most of those other properties are not developed at this time. And so here's just an aerial view of one of the places that has developed. And again, you can kind of see the berm over here. You can see the trees on the berm that's there now. And so this was the original master plan for Lake Watch. So again, this down here at the bottom is Route 122. So this is the entire frontage here. All this area up in here shown as potential future commercial growth, which has not transpired for the most part. This is one of the main entrances here, which comes down, and again, the YMCA here on the left, and then you come down to the lakefront properties along here. And so again, you know, some of those lots have developed, but not all those lots are yet developed. Oops, might be, there we go. Whoops, sorry. So as I mentioned earlier, I think this was really, when this was originally approved as a self-contained community development, where it would be, the businesses would really be served internally. You'd have a lot of homes within the development that would also utilize those business services that are in that subdivision. Whereas now, I think because it hasn't developed like it was originally envisioned, I think that's what the owners are stressing is more the importance of the visibility and things from Route 122. And so I think the intention originally was to protect the view shed of the development and also to discourage strip development. So not having multiple entrances along 122. And I will point out that nothing they're asking for now would allow any additional entrances along 122. It would still, those existing entrances would be the only ones that would be permitted. The only thing that they're asking for is to be able to reduce that berm. And in fact, many of them say, well, we're not even interested in reducing it today, but we want the ability to reduce it. If someone wants to purchase the property, wants it reduced, we want to be able to have the ability to reduce it. Staff does believe that there still should be some sort of berm, some sort of landscaping along that frontage. You know, so staff supports the idea of a reduction, but not a complete removal of the berm or the landscaping. And again, that's not what they're proposing. They're proposing to keep at minimum a 2-foot berm with landscaping trees that are spaced at a maximum of 50 feet apart. There were 2 public comments received at the public hearing, and those came from lot owners, business lot owners in the development, encouraging this change to the proffered condition. I don't know why it's progressing very slow here, but Mr. Tim Reith is kind of taking the lead for the owners in Lake Watch there to kind of bring this issue forward. He's done a lot of work to put this together. He contacted a landscape architect to help kind of do a rendering of what a modification to the berm would look like. A copy of that is in your packet and finally came up here. So this was kind of the rendering of what the current view is, and as you can see, it's pretty hard to see anything on the other side of that. This second area here is kind of what they're proposing it would look like as they modified it to allow a little more opening to be able to see through and see some of those businesses. So as you're driving down 122, you can say, oh, there's that, I want to go in there and shop at that place. So that would be, this is referenced in the new proffer as well, that if it is modified, it'd be modified in this way. So it would look like this. So this is the recommended proffer, amended proffer, proffer number 6, and this was recommended by the Planning Commission that the board accept this amended proffer. And I'll go through it. It affects every one of those properties along the frontage, and it requires that they shall maintain a minimum 2-foot-high landscape berm outside of the proposed right-of-way of, and even the future right-of-way of Route 122. The berm may be of varying heights depending upon the existing topography and shall include a mixture of hardwoods and evergreens planted at a maximum of 50 feet apart with a minimum height of 6 feet at the time of planting. Landowners agree to maintain the grass and trees if the owners of the properties reduce the berm down to that minimum of 2 feet. Any change in the existing berm shall be landscaped according to the minimum requirements stated above and in accordance with the attached rendering prepared by Dan Chitwood, Certified Landscape Architect, and also approved by the Franklin County Zoning Administrator. And so this being a little bit different, this is a petition to amend the condition, and this condition is voluntarily offered by the property owners, and it has been submitted and signed in writing. Each property owner that's affected has agreed to this revised proffer condition. And so I know it's a lot of information, but I'll try to answer any questions that you may have, and then Mr. Wright may also want to share a few things from the business owner perspective in the community there.
I have a question, Mr. Sandy. What's the timeline on this?
Well,
they
again,
want to get it up, take it out. So what's the timeline on it?
Again, I think for some, there is no intent to take it out anytime soon. I think they want the ability or the flexibility to be able to tell a potential purchaser that if that berm is an issue for you, you will have the ability to reduce that if you want. Here's the criteria which with you can reduce it. But many that I've talked to said they really don't have an intention of doing anything with the berm as of right now. I think Mr. Rice is one, because he does own that building or owns a restaurant in that building that's there. I think he does have a more immediate intention to modify the berm.
What about the barn?
I'm sorry?
Barn, as you see on the side of?
The barn, I think, on the other side of 122?
Yeah,
not part of
hay
this.
store and stuff. That's
not part of
the
this
stuff.
application.
Okay.
No, sir. That was actually a separate rezoning called Lake Watch Spa, I think that one was called.
So all they're asking for is something for the future, not now.
Well, again, if it's approved, there may be some that want to start on it next week, but many of them that I've talked to said, well, we don't really want to change anything at this point in time, but we want the flexibility to be able to change it.
Mr. Chairman, I have a comment.
Yes, sir.
When pulling out of the entrance there at Bojangles, I don't know how in the world that got approved by VDOT to even have that berm. It's a pretty dangerous spot to pull out.
And I think that's one of the other issues that has been expressed to reducing this, is that will help sight distance at some of those entrances along there.
Yeah, when you pull out Bojangles, it's death wish.
Right.
It's death wish.
I would just like to tell the board, of course, this is in my district, and I know Mr. Wright, and he and I talked about this some months ago, and you know, there's a line of sight issue there, and there is a safety issue, as you stated, Mr. Cundiff. The line of sight issue from 122 for any business that would look to, you know, being in that strip up there is, it becomes very difficult because you can't see it. You know, it just really makes things difficult. Hi, Tim.
Hello, Lauren.
Welcome.
So, ready for me? My name is Tim Wright. I live in Lake Watch, so I own a home there. I'm one of the owners of the Copper Kettle, which is at the shopping center near the Y, and I'm also a landowner of a piece of property along 122. Kind of the reason why I started is the shopping center that I'm located in is not visible from 122 when cars drive up and down the road. That was one of the reasons. The shopping center owner, Tom, who I've gotten to know very well, it's a distress center. He's discounted the rents. He may be forced to foreclose on the property if things don't turn around. I actually bought the property in front with the intention of removing the trees in the berm to enhance the overall shopping center. In meeting with the county, I found out there was a proffer in place from 2005 that I had to have all 11 landowners agree to the proffer. I've met with all of them, including the Bank of Botetourt and Bojangles, and they're all in agreement. The issue with the current berm, it's 20 feet wide, 10 feet tall. So it's from the fence, which was required back then, going up where the trees are too close. There's not enough gap between the fence and the trees to mow or maintain the property, and the trees are overgrown. I know of 2 of the realtors that have lost potential sales because of the berm, because it was a required proffer in the existing ordinance. I know also that there are 2 pending contracts with people that are very interested in developing up there, and they're hoping that this moves forward with an approval so they can possibly move forward to a contract. I know somebody brought up the issue of safety. I live in that development. If I go to the Bojangles, I turn back around and come back to the other side next to the YMCA. Because if you pull out next to Bojangles and try to make a left-hand turn, you're putting your life at risk. And Dave Arrington from Bojangles, I mean, he strongly supports it, just not only from a visibility to his position, but also from a safety and health concern. So I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
I have some questions, and in going down there last week and looking at the property from the road that goes in front of the restaurant, when was the last time that was mowed?
The grass along the front is mowed 3 times a month.
I'm talking about the weeds between the berm.
I don't know if it's ever been done.
Well, I have a question of asking this board to grant you a permit to take the trees out. Personally, I'd like to see y'all clean up the land between the buildings and the trees that are grown up about head high, and there seems to be no maintenance.
The problem is that the reason why there's no maintenance, the berm comes up at a very steep angle, and there's no place to get a lawnmower in between the trees, and the trees are clumped together, and you can't remove them.
I'm talking about from the berm to the buildings. It seemed where Mr. McGee has his sign.
Yeah.
Okay, that hadn't been mowed in years, has it?
Well, from the berm to the building, half of that is mine, and that's mowed every 3 times a month. On LT McGee's property, I know for a fact it's been mowed to within a foot at least twice since this summer.
So those trees grew up head high?
No, the trees themselves.
No, I'm talking about the bushes that are head high in front of, around Mr. McGee's sign, all the way back.
I'm not sure. I know it's his intent, my intent to clean up the property.
So I would like to see the property cleaned up before we go and take the berm out, or who's going to take the berm out, between the berm and the road that goes around the restaurants.
Well, I think the agreement is that if you adjust the berm, you're required to maintain the property. I think that's the way the proffer reads.
Well,
I think I understand what you're saying, Mr. Mitchell. I don't mean to interrupt you. You talking about like if you turn right there at Bojangles and you go down that road, like
No,
the field on the right and left there?
No, I'm talking about right in front of the businesses.
Yeah, where the bank of, he's talking about where the Bank of Botetourt is and the shopping center.
In front of the shopping center is grown up,
I'm sorry, was that, I'm sorry?
is grown up.
Yes, it is.
It's not been mowed, it's not been cared for. And just personally I went through one time and I saw all of this growing, so I turned around and come back the other way. And to me, it's an eyesore.
I agree with you, and I think that's what everybody's looking for, is an opportunity to remove the bad trees, to make it more accessible, to lower the berm so you can maintain it. I think that's half the intent of the 11 landowners. I think everybody's in agreement with you. I just don't want to put the cart before the horse. We need permission to remove the trees and lower the berm so that we can maintain it. And that's what we're asking.
Yes, sir, I understand totally. But what I'm asking is, if you take the berm out and you don't take out this overgrowth that you've got down in front of all of the buildings, it's still an eyesore.
You know, well, I may misunderstand you, but I think all the growth coming up and down where those trees and bushes are, the intent is to remove that and put trees on 50-foot on center to clean that up. And I will tell you that if it's approved, I know that LT and myself, we're looking forward to doing that and cleaning the property up. I just can't do it. Right now it's a violation of the proffer for me to remove the trees or do anything else to that berm. And so I'm asking, what I'm asking for is permission to do that. And that's what the other landowners are looking to do. They want the right to do it because they want to do it, because they can't sell the property unless they do it. So for them to sell the property, they have to have permission to lower the berm. And again, I know one of the properties, I think it's 19 acres, and I know that they're interested. They've lost 2 contracts already because of the berm, and there's no incentive for them to lower the berm. Well, they can't lower the berm, but there's no incentive or ability to lower the berm to make it better looking, more accessible, easier to market, better to develop, until the proffer's changed.
Anyone else?
Yep, I have a question. We haven't been given a timeline on this. It sounds like it's just your convenience. Do you have a timeline on it? Taking the berm out and stuff.
It is my intention, if this passes tonight, if I could have a bulldozer there next week, I would do it.
So do you have a timeline? In other words, you're gonna take a month, you're gonna take 2 months, you're gonna take,
Well,
I just wanna know what I'm voting for. I'm not gonna vote just for leisure. I'm voting for you to do something.
I know, but I'll just say, Bojangles has already done it, Arrington's already done it, so some of that's clear.
Yes.
Some of the stuff that's a safety issue can't be done under the existing proffer, and the people that want to take the trees down have no incentive to do it because they can't sell the property the way it is. So until the proffer is changed, they can't develop it.
Well, if my understanding is correct, if we vote to allow this, then you'll have the proper way to
That is
do it.
correct.
Okay. So if you do get the vote, so what is your timeline on cleaning that up?
I can only speak for myself.
That's good.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
I will do it as fast as feasible. As long as it takes me to hire a contractor and develop that property,
Okay.
that's how fast I'm willing
Well, I
to
just
do it.
don't want this thing, we get permission, then turn around and let it drag. And just like you said, it's not a very pretty site on 122 at all. And maybe that will help a sight distance. I hope it will.
All joking aside.
But I hope you understand what I'm driving at.
I would tell you that if it passed tonight, I'd have a chainsaw there tomorrow.
Okay.
So,
All right, that's good for me.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to offer a motion to
Are
approve.
we prepared for a motion?
Excuse me?
I don't believe we're prepared for a motion.
You're not prepared for a motion?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
We thank you, sir.
thank you.
Still in public comment. We've got
Oh, are we really? Okay, I'm sorry.
Anyone else who used to speak, wish to
That's my
speak on
Mistake.
the applicant of Timothy Ruth? If no one else wishes to speak, I'll close the public hearing and open it up for board discussion.
May I?
Mr.
Yes,
Before
ma'am.
we make a motion,
But,
can we take a 1 minute break? I need to consult the county attorney real quick before we make a motion and a vote.
yes.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
All right. See?
Does anyone else wish to speak? If not, I'll close the public hearing and open it up for board discussion.
Mr. Chairman, after consulting with the county attorney, I do have a conflict of interest with my vote, so I will be abstaining from this vote.
Yes, sir. Madam Clerk, if you'll read the motion, and
There hasn't been one.
We haven't had one yet.
There hasn't
Mr.
been
Chairman,
one.
I'll be glad to make the motion.
Okay.
I started to, but I was not at the right time.
all righty.
Yeah. So, I would make a motion that the board approve, the applicant's request to amend proffer number 6, in the, application involving parcels of land, Lake Watch Plantation Development, as articulated, in the request.
And I second.
Okay.
So, the motion made by Supervisor Smith to move for recommendation of approval of the applicant's request to amend proffer number 6 as recommended by the planning commission and also found in your booklet. That was seconded by Supervisor Thompson.
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell is abstaining.
Abstaining.
So Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson?
Yeah.
Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell?
I abstain because of pre-notions, and so I would like to abstain also.
Thank you.
The vote carries. And that ends our public hearings.
Thanks. Thanks, Tim.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I've got one item we need to address before we move on. That's the memorandum of agreement with the county and the town of Rocky Mount concerning the fire and rescue.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion that we direct staff to move forward with the memorandum of agreement that we discussed earlier concerning the Rocky Mount Fire and Rescue in the town of Rocky Mount.
Second.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have a motion and I believe a second.
Okay, on the motion made by Supervisor Carter to direct staff to move forward with the MOA concerning the Rocky Mountain Fire Department and authorizing the county administrator to execute that agreement, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell.
Correct.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson?
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Okay, so that's, I think that's the last item of business. Mr. County Administrator, would we have any other items to vote?
No, Mr. Chairman, none that I'm aware of at this time. I think the next portion would be the public comment period this evening, hearing no other
Okay.
items.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, we'll wait.
That's the answer I've been getting. Hold on.
What are we doing?
Huh?
What are we doing?
Yeah, we got people outside.
I'll go ahead and ask Donald Williams if he wants to come forward to speak. Give us just a second, please.
Sure.
Would you state your name and address, please?
Yeah, it's Donald Williams, 683 Oldfield Road, Manita.
There you go.
Okay, sir, you can proceed.
Okay. I'm here regarding the statue, and I am registered Republican, and I've voted for the top of the Republican ticket since Ronald Reagan. And up until 4 years ago, I just wanted to support some folks who are part of this community that are really struggling with that statue in front of the courthouse. And for me, I would liken it to, it's not a perfect analogy, but if we were to think about putting a Confederate flag on the lapel of the officers here, I think most of us would not think it was appropriate. Maybe some would, but perhaps some wouldn't. And the courthouse is, I don't agree with, but I understand the history discussion. But the courthouse is about today. It's about justice, and it's about, it needs to be a place welcoming to the entire community. And we all, those of us who look like me, need to admit that early in our founding of this country, not everybody was included. There are wonderful things that we all feel good about, but not everybody was included. It hasn't been the same journey for everybody else. Sure, people have, we've picked ourselves up. We've done things, all of us have faced challenges. There's some things we haven't chased. Someone who looks like me hasn't faced some of those things. And I haven't had that perspective. Quite honestly, I didn't even know what that statue was until I heard about the referendum. I wanted to hear firsthand what the folks with Black Lives Matter had to say. And that night, there was a gentleman, Henry, spoke at the statue. And, you know, I'm a little embarrassed about my ignorance there. I didn't even know what that statue was. But I don't think anybody, I don't think it's about the past. It's about today, and it's about the children of this community and the people that are members of this community who love this community and love this country and are asking for us to pay attention. Those of us that really aren't dealing with those issues, and I think we'd be disingenuous to say that we are. We may care and have empathy, but it's not the same. So I just wanted to offer to you that perspective. I know that you voted today, but I think perhaps you'll see this again. Perhaps, I don't know what the state process will be, but I also think there may be companies in the future that come in that would hold because of that. But thank you for your time.
Thank you. Cassandra Turnage. I hope I pronounced your name right.
It's Kashanda.
Thank you.
I'm at 1315 Calico Rock Road. So, good evening. I've been coming to these meetings for the last 6 months in support of my husband in relocating the statue. We want our children to have a voice, be respected, and be represented here at home. I say home because both Henry and I were born and raised here, but we knew we weren't always welcome. We want to return, but when times are better and conditions are better. These last 6 months haven't been easy. However, we have made a decision to stand for something.
Ma'am, it's okay if you take your mask off. We can hear you much better.
Okay.
Thank you.
To stand for something and to stand on something. I know it's not easy when a majority doesn't agree, but it's important to stand for what you believe in. A simple action and a simple decision is sometimes all it takes to create a leader. I recently retired from the Air Force after serving 20 years honorably. During that time, I've had the opportunity to meet and be mentored by some great leaders. I've also had the experience of experiencing horrible leaders and horrible supervisors that didn't care about their people or care about the issues. With that being said, those types of leaders hurt their people and they don't care. You as supervisors have been elected to lead, develop, and implement change and to protect the people of Franklin County. You have power and decisions to make change, and you have the opportunity to lead by example. So I'm asking you, what kind of leader are you? What kind of supervisor are you? How does your moral decisions and your character align with the current issues that are at hand and that are impacting Franklin County? 30% of your county have stated that they did not agree with the Confederate statue in front of the courthouse. That 30% agree that it should be relocated to a place of more appropriate context. It's not displayed in the appropriate context in front of the courthouse. 30% may not seem like a lot to you, but when 8% of your population is Black and are backed by 30%, that means something. The Confederate statue in front of the courthouse does not represent all of Franklin County. It's time to relocate the Confederate statue. It's true the Civil War and Confederacy was an integral part of the past, but it does not and cannot represent our future. To leave that Confederate statue on public property at the courthouse, after hearing, seeing, and knowing the hurt that it's causing, I'll ask you again, what kind of leader are you? What kind of representation and message are you sending? I ask you to open your heart, open your mind, lead by example, move Franklin County forward, and relocate the statue to an appropriate place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service to our country as well.
Henry, Unich? I think we're aware of your address, and I don't think you need to give it.
Thank you. Board of Supervisors again. I come to the Board of Supervisors as a concerned parent. The history of systemic racism in Franklin County is well documented and endures to this day. The courthouse in any community sets the tone of the community. If racism is allowed to reign here, you have no chance to root it out anywhere else. If my children can't go to the courthouse and not face racism, where else can they go? As a child, me and my siblings were called niggers every day on the way to school, elementary school. Skip ahead to high school, when again, we were forced to fight, this time against Confederate waving racists. I can't imagine my kids having to go through this. Then I look at my courthouse. What do I mean when I say the courthouse sets the tone in the community? I watched in horror as a young Black mother here with us today confronted a business owner, I think in one of y'all's districts, who sells little black statue babies. In 2020, that still happens in Franklin County, Virginia. We should be ashamed of ourselves. There's nothing I can come in here and say to convince you guys. I come to you guys with a moral issue. I know when I walk through that door, if I place a moral issue in front of anybody and you have to put me on a referendum, that says something about you. The difference between me and you, when my children come back and watch these videos, my kids are actually gonna be proud of me. I look in every one of y'all's faces, man. That statue's gonna come down one day. And this county's gonna be better for it. You have to face certain things with love. So I wanna tell each one of y'all before I leave today, man, that I truly do love and respect each one of y'all. Love and respect your history. Because your history have left me out. And that's a big part of it. But you know, you guys have the voting power, the rights, and I'll fight on, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna fight with the same spirit that your grandfather fought with. But love and respect.
Thank you, sir. Is this Diamond Unich?
Yes, sir. Diamond Burnett.
Hello, I'm Diamond Turnage. I'm in the Hardy, Virginia district. If we looked into the same eyes, you would know that home is where the heart is. You would see that just people who are outsiders, you would see people who would rather find better opportunities for their families elsewhere than to work at a factory or a fast food restaurant. If we looked into the same eyes, you wouldn't see just a statue of the Confederate dead standing in front of the courthouse. You would see the past history and our ancestors both enslaved and glorified proudly in front of one of the places where we should receive a fair trial. Whether you think the statue is offensive or not is your personal belief. Please take into consideration that you as the board are not only speaking for yourselves, but for the good of everyone. We are not asking you to tear the statue down. We are only asking you to relocate it. Please, for us, just reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mariah Moore.
Hello, my name is Mariah Moore of Beverly Hills Circle in Rocky Mount. I am here to ask the board a question. Do you want to keep trying to make your grandparents proud, or do you want to make your children and grandchildren proud? That is the decision placed before the board. With the increased access to facts, we have learned several truths that were not accepted by our ancestors. We learned the earth is not flat, segregation was not separate but equal, Pluto is not a planet, and the Civil War was fought over state rights to own slaves. Let's grow from the mistake made by our ancestors instead of glorifying them. Again, I ask you, do you want to keep trying to please your ancestors with outdated ideologies, or do you want to make your children and grandchildren proud? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Eddie C.
I'm here tonight to speak about statue, of course, and you've heard me speak before, and I know you're probably thinking it's a moot point because you've already made your decision. Well, that's not true, because we're still going to be here every week, and we're going to be talking about this because it needs to happen. Not one of you had the courage to stand up and do what is right today. Not one of you. And that's disgusting. People like to joke that good ethics and good politics are somehow mutually exclusive. Actually, the opposite is more likely the cause. Rather than being a political liability, a commitment to ethics can be a political strength. Good ethics can be good politics. The problem, of course, is that sometimes the electoral system rewards those who don't give ethical considerations priority in their actions and decisions. Moreover, making ethics a priority usually is not the easiest to approach. The key issue for each public official to ponder is what kind of leader he or she wants to be. If all elected officials give in to perceived popular sentiment, or sometimes that's called pandering, it makes it that much more difficult for leaders to stand up for their values and principles and address the difficult and divisive issues facing this community. At some point, each elected official must evaluate whether keeping their position is more important than making the kinds of tough decisions that doing the job well involves. The analysis is not easy because all decisions implicate equally important principles and values for the individual. The choices that make a difference, a significant difference in our lives, are the tough ones. They're not often fun, they're not often easy, but they're the ones we have to make, and each one is a deliberate step toward better understanding ourselves and creating a better community. And of course, making tough decisions is what ethics is all about. I encourage you, as a Board of Supervisors, to not let unethical choices make your decision. You can reconsider that decision that you made today. Make the one that will push the county forward, not back into a history that is not true. Move the Confederate statue to a more appropriate place.
Kimberly Johnson.
Do you see this t-shirt? I am a proud 30%er. 8% of this, my name is Kimberly Johnson. My address is 1815 Fairham Mountain Road.
Thank
I
you.
am a resident, I am a taxpayer, and I see a statue sitting on public property that I pay for. I'm so angry. I've been here talking with you all for how long now? And I find out today that you vote 7-0 to keep that statue there? I had all these things I wanted to say, but when I found out about that, you are the leaders in this community. Your behavior is modeling. You are modeling behavior for people in this community. 8% of which are people of color, and yet 30% voted to move the statue. Was that enough to do it? No, it wasn't. But I'm telling you that this is not a black community issue. Racism affects all of us. And when I have to walk by that fascist statue and see that and know that people that I love and respect and admire have to walk by that every day, have to go in there into a courthouse and see that before they go in. They do not feel as if they're going to get justice. I don't feel like I'm going to get justice. I am a Southern white woman, and you know, Southern white women, we have something to answer to too. My grandfather was a racist. My grandmother was part of the Daughters of the Confederacy. I love them both. I do not denounce them. I miss them greatly. I do, however, denounce this lost cause of the Confederacy, and I understand it is a part of our culture here and our history in this diverse Franklin County, but we are not that homogeneous. Many people's stories are here, many. And all of those stories have to be a part of our history in order to be able to live as a community in this community. We all have to count. And this is beyond comfortable racism now, like the first time you heard me talk about. This is straight up racism. This isn't just a comfortable racism that like, oh, we got used to this. This is how it is. No. What happened today hurt me because it hurts people that I love, but it's also because it hurt me to hear this. Now, I understand that you guys...
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Darnell Moore.
Sir, everyone else has spoken either at the special permit use. This is Glenna Moore who's on the list.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. After what I saw earlier today, good evening, Confederates. My name is Glenna Hawkins Moore, and I live in Franklin County. What seems to be missing from the board are both acceptance of historical truths about Confederate statues and empathy. Empathy is when you understand because you've had similar experiences. Let's examine why you may be void of empathy. Board member Ronnie Mitchell, I'll bet your family remembers Hotel Rocky Mount. Ask them if they were ever denied lodging or dinner in the dining room because they were white. Board member Tommy Cundiff, what if your whiteness kept you from sitting and eating at lunch counters, Brammer's, Kittinger's, Price's, Joe Davis's Grill in Rocky Mount? Board member Laurie Smith, were you ever denied a membership in a country club because you are white? Board member Leland Mitchell, were you or Dr. Amos ever denied, seats because you're white in the main auditorium of the movie theater on Main Street? I suspect not. I'm curious though, did either of you know that your black neighbors, my grandparents, were relegated to the balcony through a separate entrance? Did you know, and did you care? Would you ever admit that practice was because of white supremacy, represented and celebrated by a Confederate monument erected 45 years after the Civil War and placed at the seat of when and where Jim Crow laws were enforced? Board member Mike Carter, have you ever experienced the humiliation of being denied membership to Furnace Creek or Brookside swim clubs? Board member Ronnie Thompson, did any member of your family work for the railroad? Would they be satisfied with the policy of whites being paid less than blacks? Board member Tatum, were your family members required to sit in the back of the Greyhound bus when they boarded at the Mart Restaurant and Bus Depot on Main Street in Rocky Mount, even if they were wearing United States military uniforms for a country they loved but didn't love them back? Which water fountain in the courthouse did your families drink from? Was it the whites only? Did that water give them a feeling of superiority? If not, I guess seeing the Confederate statue when they left the courthouse did.
Thank you. Larry Moore.
Good evening. My name's Larry Moore. I live at 45 Scenic River Drive in Rocky Mount. I'd like to start by telling you about a little story that happened here 12 years ago in Franklin County. The Franklin County Public Schools made a decision not to allow students to hear the first black president of the United States speak to them live. Students had to take a permission slip home, get their parents to sign it, return the slip to school. Then the students could hear the recorded tape of the president's speech. Some of you were on the board at that time. Most of you lived in Franklin County. Not one of you that I can remember stood up and said that was a bad decision. You voted yes to make Franklin County a sanctuary county to protect the rights of people to carry weapons that can only be used to hunt other human beings. Yet you want to keep a statute that fought a war not to be part of the United States and to continue to suppress 10% of your human population, your constituents. Hatred is really just fear, spoken in a different octave. At the beginning of this meeting, Mr. Chairman, you ask everyone in this room to stand, put their hands over their heart, and repeat the Pledge of Allegiance. In the pledge, it clearly states, and I quote, "I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic for which it stands. It also states, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Your vote to keep the statue on the courthouse lawn, knowing what it represents, when you voted to keep the statue on the courthouse lawn, knowing what it represents, then you should never repeat the Pledge of Allegiance again. And while you're at it, you should remove the U.S. flag from next to that statue on the courthouse lawns. If you don't believe it, then don't say it. If you don't believe what you are saying, then stop pledging allegiance to the flag. By the way, the Germans in Germany, where we, the United States, do not allow the Nazi flag to be flown, so now they, the haters in Germany, use the Confederate flag as their symbol of hate. No minority turned that flag into a hate symbol. White supremacy did that. Now, after today's vote on the statue, ask yourself, did I stand up and demonstrate that you love America and what it stands for by keeping the hate-filled symbol on the courthouse lawn? Now and for the future, you can say that you did not stand up and be on the right side of history. Thank you.
Sheila Davis.
Good afternoon. Good evening, actually.
Good evening.
Good evening. Hope all is well. My name is Sheila Harper Davis. My family own many businesses in this county. We live here. We pay taxes here. We vote here. But we have little to no voice or representation here. There are so many examples I can give you of hurtful experiences me or my family and I have experienced over a lifetime in Franklin County, many of which would not even surprise you. The statue in front of our courthouse is one of hurt that can be rectified if our leaders would open their hearts to include everyone. Jubal Early was a Confederate general. You all know that in the Civil War. That's not new words. Everyone knows that. But if you examine Confederate or the Confederate flag, it is a symbol that means in most instances to exclude or deter other racial or ethnic groups, in particularly Black and Jewish groups. So we have a general of a Confederate posted at our courthouse that you all have voted to keep. So your message to our communities is very clear. My daughter graduated from Franklin County High School in 2006. She and four other African-American ladies left to go to college to pursue a career. They have become prominent members of their community not being Franklin County. They have refused to come back here, and when I say to my daughter, come home, think about a career here at home, she says, Mom, Franklin County doesn't have anything for a woman like myself. And that is the feeling of so many of our younger generations. I'm sure it doesn't affect you, thank God, but it does me as a parent. It does me as a visionary of what I want for the future of the county that I grew up in. Franklin County African American community has raised many doctors, lawyers, stockbrokers, vice presidents, powerful managers, and CEOs. Yet, how many are in this area? They don't want to come back here. They don't want to come back here because their voice is not heard. They're not felt. Like Martin Luther King, I also have a dream. I have a dream that one day all people will be represented within our government, not just seen by race, but to your very hearts. The men and the women that we elect will think about everybody, not just the majority or whomever you're golfing with or in the country club with. Like Martin Luther King, I pray for a day that my daughter will be proud to come back to Franklin County to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Bernadette Lark.
You see these people?
You can, ma'am, you can take your mask. You can
Yeah,
take your
couldn't hear
mask
you.
down. You can take your mask down. We can,
Oh, thank
we
you.
can hear you better.
Okay. You see these people? You just don't care about them as much as you care about the others. And that is textbook discrimination. The courthouse is not your private-owned homes. It is public property. For too long, individuals such as yourselves have treated public spaces as your individual private projects, and you don't include everyone. It belongs to the people, all the people, not some of the people. You are guilty of discrimination. It is a space of justice. That hump of cement is symbolic racism. Yes, that Confederate statue that you hover over, swing back in your seat, and I know you don't care. It is a Confederate thing. You know, we should never celebrate people for being on the wrong side of history. But Confederate soldiers were defeated in the spring of 1865 after a wicked bloodshed battle because they opposed ending the institution of slavery. Over 618,000 people died for the same hate you hold so proudly to represent. Wicked, evil. Not much else I need to say. And yeah, you sit here, you don't care because you're proud of it. You're symbols of racism because it represents you. When you become famous for fighting for hatred and racism, you should not be honored by a statue. These men are white supremacists and humans that display hatred toward people who look like me. That look you're giving me now, I saw it every day of my life born in this blood-forsaken, wicked, evil nation of racist people. You keep these symbols up because you are telling the people that it is okay to be like that. It is fine to think that way. Well, I'm here to tell you it's not, but you know that. You're just not ashamed of it. You're proud of it. You are known as a proud racist. You know, you would be more proud and upset with me calling you a racist instead of worrying about how to fix racism. That's what should bother you. People of color should not have to walk by these ugly cement statues that remind them of racist symbols. You know, the people in the communities all over Virginia have spoken. Virginia turned blue. Thank God Almighty, there's a wave of change that's coming through, and you won't be able to stop it. So you need to stop your wicked ways, take down the racist symbols, and get your souls right. You need to be delivered. One day, we will be free from your bloodshed, wicked, evil hands. You sit like you don't hear the people. All of us matter. And until then, you actually don't matter. You will be voted out. A change will come with or without you. You should be delivered.
Bridget Craighead.
Good evening. I am Bridget Craighead. I live in Rocky Mount, Virginia. I am the founder of Black Lives Matter in Franklin County. The true intentions of Black Lives Matter is not being broadcasted on the media accurately. BLM was solely created to hold officers of the law accountable for unjust crimes committed to the people of color. With all the violence I've seen on the television, I decided to research and found out the true meaning of BLM and why BLM is not an organization, but a movement created to recognize the oppression of people of color. I decided to represent BLM because I knew the media is known to manipulate information, and there's indeed a serious problem with white officers getting away with killing Black people. For 6 months, we protest peacefully. We held numerous community peace gatherings. We held voter registration events with local organizations, and even took souls to the polls for our 2020 presidential election. I am hearing that out of everything that we have done, you all do not like what I represent and have not yet to have a conversation with me. And I ask you all in your face, why? What have I done wrong? The Washington Post and AJ Plus gave me a voice that you didn't hear before. How can my experience in this county make you so uncomfortable to the point that you don't care to hear the message? All you're worried about is how god-awful Franklin County looks to the world. Now take a moment and imagine what people of color have really felt in your town. Imagine how we feel standing in front of you today. We are literally begging for you to relocate a statue that clearly represents white supremacy and hate. I do believe that you purposely put the decision to relocate the statue on the referendum to take the pressure off of you, afraid of the repercussions of doing what is morally right, which is a shame. I'm not the only one saying this. I'm just the only one that will say it and that will respectfully tell you to your face that enough is enough. I know that people of color are not being treated fairly in the courthouse, and the statue is not the problem. It's symbolic of the problem. The systemic racism is rooted deeply in this county, and it's so sad because you don't want to acknowledge it or act as if it doesn't exist. For those that don't want to move Franklin County forward, be prepared to fight for your seat on the board. We need board members that represent everyone in the county, not just the majority. I am 8% of the vote that voted yes to relocate the statue, and 22% were our white allies. And it warms my heart to have allies to understand what I mean when I say Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Susan Mead.
Good evening. My name is Susan Mead. I live at 120 Claiborne Avenue in apartment number 2. And I'm pleased to be here this evening. Something was really bothering me as I thought more about the fact that my county was resorting to a referendum on the statue in front of the courthouse. Yet it wasn't until after the results that I really grasped what that was. Once upon a time, there was a board of supervisors that followed the will of the majority and made a most egregious error in moral judgment. In response to the will of the majority, both majority in numbers and power, that board of supervisors voted to defund their schools to avoid desegregation. At the time, these sentiments and actions were supported not only by the vast majority of the voters in the county, a very white group indeed, but by the famous bird machine of Virginia who held all the power for decades. It was the will of the people, the white people, but the majority of the people nevertheless. There was a referendum involved in that decision as well. A majority of Virginians voted to allot public funds to private schools for the sole purpose of which was to educate whites. While in Prince Edward County, there were no schools for blacks to attend for 5 years. That was the action of the Board of Supervisors that stuck in my craw. My question to you, was that will of the majority and the decision of the Board of Supervisors to support that racism with their actions or inactions a moral stand that you would support then or today? How does history look upon that decision? How might the divine Almighty look upon that decision? Was it a sign of the times? Is that what this body wants to be? A sign of the times? Or does this body want to be a leader of today and for the future? You can say, well, we took the pulse of the community with the referendum, and I ask, does the pulse indicate when there's a cancer in the body? Does that one measure suggest health and wholeness? It does not. The cancer we must become aware of and fight in this moment is structural and systemic racism that we as Virginians forever, and I mean forever, have ignored. You are certainly in the position to keep ignoring it, in concert with what the majority has told you to do. But the famous observer of American democracy, de Tocqueville, once said, the following of the tyranny of the majority. When a man or a party suffers from an injustice in the United States, to whom do you want them to appeal? To public opinion? That's what forms the majority. To the legislative body, it represents the majority and blindly obeys it. I ask you, to whom do the most vulnerable, those who've experienced the cancer of racism, turn in Franklin County? Where do they go for justice when they have to pass by a symbol of oppression each and every time they enter their halls of justice? Many people have been quoted to say how a society treats its most vulnerable always is the measure of its humanity. Until your vote today, I did not believe that you believe the referendum truly measured how we should move forward to show the humanity of Franklin County. Now only you can do that. I hope my grandchildren are not studying Franklin County as one of those who let the tyranny of the majority rule their moral obligation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Find a new place for the statue. Thank you.
Greg Maxwell?
I'm Greg Maxwell. I live at 2551 Ashburn Tavern Road. Just for a minute, I want you to forget everything that's been said today. Forget the democratic process, forget your history, forget your personal feelings. Now, I don't expect you to understand today. I don't expect you to understand tomorrow. And I can't make you feel what my father felt listening to his grandfather talk about the experiences and the history of ours that was erased and wiped out. I can't make you understand that history, and in and of itself is a revision of past events. I can't allow you to step in the shoes of my father as he became one of the first African Americans to integrate Snow Creek Elementary. I can't explain to you that history is not just the history of yours, but the history of mine as well. Yes, some of the men who fought in the Civil War fought to protect their homes, admirable as it may be. And no, I can't tell you that I'm a direct descendant of a slave, because my family's history starts with my great-grandparents, who lived through both World Wars, the Harlem Renaissance, and the Great Depression. I can't make you feel the pain my great-grandmother felt when talking to me before she died in the home that my entire family grew up in, when they were talking about the Saunders family who owned them. And her brothers and sisters were bought and became what is now the Preston family in Sontag. What you've already made known how you feel about our history. You don't honor ours that were lost, nor do you honor the memory of the historical Franklin County electorate, none of whom voted to secede from the Union. Because you see, Franklin County did not want to be part of the Confederacy. Honoring that monument flies in the face of the wishes of those people and their history, and the history of Franklin County. Because you see, history isn't learned from statues. It's learned from the many great men and women, black and white, that have served this great county. It's learned by giving the full and correct account of that statue. The contextualization that you spoke of earlier, it just isn't of those families that died, but of those African-American families not represented that were beaten, bruised, and killed for another person's gain. That is the history that needs to be included and honored and remembered as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, buddy. Kathy Cummins?
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. Kathy Cummins. I live in Union Hall. Been a resident here since 2013. I started a not-for-profit here, a public charity in Franklin County in 2014, and it's now a statewide organization with locations in 3 other cities. I can't be nearly as eloquent as the people who have spoken before me. I'm obviously a 60-something white woman. In my life, I have learned that we do have systemic racism in our country. I got caught by accident that weekend in Charlottesville in August in 2018. I'm here to tell you that there is no possible reason to maintain a statue of a Confederate soldier in front of a courthouse, for all the reasons that have already been stated. There's nothing really more than I could say other than my intent would be to mobilize people in this community, the 70% that were so apathetic that couldn't realize what they were voting for if they wanted it to stay. It needs to be moved. That's all there is. It's just no reason possible for it to remain. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? You can take your mask down.
Oh, I can, sure. Thank you, members of the board, for allowing us to speak tonight. We have a Confederate monument in front of our courthouse.
Sir, could you give your name and address, please?
Absolutely, yes. Stephen Kaplan, 568 Ty Valley Lane, Glade Hill. Apologies. We have a Confederate monument in front of our courthouse. Why? Why is this still something of substantive debate? Our schools have banned the iconic Confederate battle flag. The United States Marine Corps has banned it as well. Fairfax County in Virginia has taken up the task of removing their monuments from public spaces. We can do that too. We can no longer pretend that this is just about heritage unless we accept that real oppression is part of that legacy. It's true. The soldiers that fought in the Civil War 150 years ago did so at tremendous cost. The men of this county, both black and white, stood up when called. It is true that our representatives from this part of the state were against seceding from the Union as well. The place that we look for justice should not showcase what, for so many residents, is inscribed with a logo of injustice. I was surprised to learn that the issue of moving the monument was on the ballot when I was standing right down the hall here to vote in mid-October. I read it carefully a few times over and agreed that it should be moved from the courthouse with no reservation. But I already felt I knew how that would go. It'd go the same as having emancipation on the ballot in 1865 or having integration on the ballot in 1968. I think that splintered minority of our residents might see that light, what change could mean for us. But a victorious majority would still fear the darkness of our prejudice and old ways. And that's about what it felt like seeing the outcome on the first day of election results. We can do better. We can give that statue a better suited home. We can honor the diverse Civil War soldiers of our area and better teach the history of our beautiful home. We can stand up for all of our residents. In front of the courthouse, it's not an icon of history. It's a show of power. And it's engraved with symbols we must accept are hurtful to some people. We dream of growth here. We want to foster an inclusive sense of community with arts and innovation leading the way. The music community we strive to build here would like all of our performers to feel at ease. The tourism community we are trying to establish would be brighter too. We must move this symbol, or this monument of our past will mold our opportunities for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? If not, we thank each of you. And I think, Mr. County Administrator, we're in a position to adjourn. And do we have a date?
December 15th, sir.
Okay, thank you. So this board is adjourned till December the 15th.